could, I'd be teaching you a lesson right now, just for getting Nathan into bother." Lenny's eyes glazed over, a smile curling on his lips. "He might believe your story of being followed, but I don't." Ruby held his gaze, one hand on his chest and the other on his forearm. "But I'm not just any other bird, am I? I'm the only person that can get Nathan out of this mess. If you're as loyal to your brother as you say you are, you'd best start working with me." Squaring her shoulders, she looked him firmly in the eye. "What is it with you every time you come round here? Can't you have a conversation without copping a feel?" It was enough to make him release his grip. Lenny ran his fingers through his hair, suddenly unsure of himself. Ruby knew she presented a whole set of problems in his black and white world. It was true. If she was anyone else, God knows what he would be doing to her right now. But Ruby fell between the cracks, and for now, she had been offered some protection. She was also one of the few people who had the guts to answer him back. She sidled past him to the cabinet. Pulling out 2 glasses from the cupboard, she eased the cork off a bottle of spiced rum. Sitting at the coffee table, she beckoned him over. "I need whatever you've got on Dr. Tanner, because it sounds to me like he's our suspect." Standing over her, Lenny sniffed the contents of the glass before taking a sip. "Whatever Nathan did to him happened years ago. We've pissed off enough people between then and now. It could be anyone." "No, you're wrong," Ruby said, wishing he would sit down. "The autopsy report said the killer is skilled with a scalpel, possibly a surgeon or doctor. Granted, it could be a nurse or even a vet, but from what Nathan has said, Tanner knew the girls personally. He has a vendetta, and he's not afraid to spill blood." She thought about the torture he was rumoured to have induced on his victims while Lenny watched on. The stitches were clean when they sewed Ellie Mason back up, but it's the whole fairy tale thing that got me thinking. Maybe he's got a fetish, dressing them up because there's not much beauty in his life. Lenny blurted out a laugh. "Like Phantom of the Opera, you mean? Mum's been to see that twice this week, driving me effing mad she is, singing it around the house. God, you want to hear her when she hits those high notes." Ruby couldn't help but smile. In that split second, it was like old times. It never ceased to amaze her how Lenny could change from being frightening to amicable in a matter of seconds. He was well respected in the circle he mixed with, and some would even say popular. Ruby thought back to when they were children, her telling him stories as she tried to move the sullen look from his face. Quite often she did, but sometimes his face came with bruises, and no amount of silly jokes could dissolve the heat from his anger then. "This has got to stay between us. If this leaks to the press, it'll compromise the investigation, and I need a strong case for when it gets to court. Oh, and there's something else too," she said, her thoughts tripping over each other. "Nathan pulled a gun yesterday. He could have got himself shot. You've got to tell him to keep his cool until I sort this all out." "You needn't worry about me. I didn't build my reputation by being a grass," Lenny said, tapping his foot against the tea-stained coffee table. "And I don't need you telling me what to say to my family." "You do when he's inches away from getting shot. There were armed officers present. They don't mess around." Lenny looked grim-faced as he knocked back another swig of rum. "Is that everything?" Ruby snapped out of the image she had been playing in her head since her encounter with Nathan. She had pictured him getting shot so many times it was almost as if she were recalling a memory. He had come too close to the law this time. Perhaps this would shake some sense into him. Ruby sighed, casting her gaze upwards to the man before her, the man who would never let his brother go. The coroner found rat feces in Ellie Mason's hair. Whoever took her went to a great deal of trouble to mould her into a certain type of image, but she must have been left alone at some point. It had to be somewhere rats could have nestled up to her. This doctor, did he have pet rats? What? No, Lenny said. He was a respectable-looking geezer, for a nonce. Ruby screwed the lid back on the bottle of rum. Is there any way you could have got that wrong? She said, knowing how Lenny hated being accused of making mistakes. Why had Dr. Tanner moved on to women if he had intended to sexually abuse the child? Hurt her, yes, perhaps even kill her, but was she a potential abuse victim, or someone on whom he could practice his skills? A bloke kidnaps a kid and leaves her naked and unconscious on his bed. What do you think he was going to do to her? Read her a bedtime story? All right, I get your point, Ruby said, with a hint of irritation. Just have a think. Let me know if you can come up with any old acquaintances, places he frequented, cars he drove. Canned laughter blared from the television in the flat next door. Her neighbours were nocturnal creatures. They held little consideration for the people around them. What was he like when he worked for you? Ruby said. Dr. Tanner, what can you tell me about his personality? Had he any family? Personality? Thought he was something special. Pretentious git. Lenny snorted. As for his family, his parents gassed themselves when he was a kid. At least, that's what my old man said. They were a weird bunch by all accounts. Ruby masked a yawn with the back of her hand. He always struck me as strange. She blinked back her watery eyes. How's Kathy? I didn't come here for a family reunion, Lenny said, his face clouding over as he rested his empty glass on the coffee table. Just sort this out. Ruby craned her neck as Lenny headed for the door. His stride was sharp, determined. And if I can't, what happens then? Let's say it won't just be Nathan's neck on the line. What do you mean by that? Ruby rose from her chair. Lenny bared his teeth in a ghoulish smile. Get this case solved, and you won't have to find out. Ruby bolted the door as Lenny left, shoving a chair against the handle. It would not stop him coming back, but it would slow him down. Precious minutes to give her time to react. The baseball bat that lived under her bed now lay nestled beneath her duvet. Lying in bed, she took small comfort from it as she resurrected their conversation. She had barely slept over the last few days and needed a clear mind for work. A bubble of fear rose inside her, defying her vow to stay strong. She pulled the duvet tightly around her as a blast of icy air filtered in through the window. Nathan's absence felt like a physical ache in her chest. What she would give to be in his arms, feeling the warmth of his body as he wrapped himself around her. That night, her nightmares produced rat-infested tunnels and a darkness so thick she could barely see her hand. In the distance, a light appeared, framing the doctor she once knew, and the glint of a scalpel in his hand. Chapter 35. Shrouded by dark thoughts, Ruby cried out as she awoke. Her heart was beating faster than was good for her. The day's events had plunged her into a series of nightmares as her brain tried to comprehend recent events. Sweat trailed down her back as she unfurled the sheets from around her feet, while the memory of her nightmares replayed in her mind. Although she disagreed with Nathan's methods of dealing with perceived paedophiles and murderers, she could understand a knee-jerk reaction. But this had been planned, cold and calculating. Why hadn't he just called the police? She knew why. Because on the street where she grew up, police were not your friends. It had been easy for her to blame their violence on Lenny, and perhaps Nathan was right. She had been burrowing her head in the sand all these years. It was time to face up to who Nathan really was. As she lay back in bed, the doctor's face came into view. Pale and cunning, he leered at her. No hint of remorse behind his beady black eyes. Just what had he planned for that little abducted girl? And as for all the people he had tortured, some would call the acid attack karma. The pain must have been immense as his flesh melted away. Was that why he had waited for his revenge? Ruby had read stories of acid burn victims in the news. They were inspiring people who had turned their lives around, devoting their time to helping others as a result of their experiences. Not so with the doctor. "There's good and bad in everyone," her mother used to say. Mum. She was overdue a visit, but once again work had dictated her routine. Her mind ticked over as she tried to process it all. Going through her phone, she replied to the spate of Facebook instant messages from Kathy. She could see her father in her quick temper and those stormy eyes that carried a depth of emotion. Her hair was growing now, her dark waves touching her shoulders. Her frame was still too thin for Ruby's liking, but it was not for her to say, given they were still building their relationship. Asking her to stay indoors, Ruby urged her daughter to keep herself safe until the killer was behind bars. As she dressed for work, Ruby took comfort in seeing how uneasy Nathan had been as he recalled what he had done. Deep down, he knew it was wrong. Now it had come back to haunt him, with innocent victims paying the price. Violence breeds violence, and Ruby had to break the cycle before it claimed another victim. The phone rang in her hand, making her jump to attention. It was Downs. "Are yous awake?" he said, the urgency of his voice hastening her departure. "Walking out the door now, boss. What's wrong?" she said, fiddling with her keys. She would take the stairs. The lift would only cut her phone signal, and right now she needed to know what was going on. "Meet me at the Britannia Leisure Centre. We've got another body." Ruby stood by the edge of the pool, hands deep in her blazer pockets, as the police diver broke the surface of the water, the feeling of déjà vu creeping over her skin. It was not that long ago she had been following inquiries with the manager about Lisa Caldwell. Danny Smedley may be remanded in prison, but as far as Ruby was concerned, the streets were far from safe. And now Ruby's officers were urgently reviewing missing person reports to ascertain the identity of their latest victim. This was the doctor's work. It had to be. Why else would the body be dressed in a costume from a fancy dress store? As crime scene investigators gave the diver the thumbs up, he made his way towards the body to gently bring her in. Her long wavy hair swayed in the water, the unnatural tint of red a warning signal to those who approached. Around her wrist was a seashell bracelet, and, together with the silver halter-neck top and fishtail netted skirt, it formed an image that made Ruby's heart turn over. "The Little Mermaid," she whispered. Downs agreed with her findings with a somber nod of the head. But this story had a far from happy ending, and the fact a theme was arising made it even worse. They had a serial killer on their hands. Ruby held her breath as the diver gently turned the body over. She knew what was coming. It wasn't just the tinge of blood haloing the victim's head that gave it away. Ruby had studied the grimmest version of the most popular fairy stories. Devoid of the saccharine sweet ending, they were enough to keep anybody awake at night. And now the doctor had belched out a second victim, which meant he was on the prowl again. Ruby leant over the side of the pool, breathing in the distinct chlorine vapour. The victim was a similar age to Ellie, who had been posed as Snow White. With the same pale skin and artificial lashes, There was no doubt in Ruby's mind that they had met their deaths at the same cruel hand. In keeping with the story, fresh cuts crisscrossed the soles of the young woman's bare feet. "Can you open her mouth for me, please?" Ruby said, taking her phone and activating the torch. "What are you looking for?" Downs said, leaning over her shoulder. The little mermaid sacrificed a lot to become human. Not only did she feel as if she was walking on knives, she also lost the ability to speak. As the diver slowly opened the girl's mouth, Ruby shone the light inside. Her worst fears were realized. "Thank you," she said, rising to allow him to recover the body, as per procedure. "It's just as I thought." Her voice was low and steady as she spoke. The bastards cut out her tongue. Reeling from the discovery, she left D.I. Downs to speak to the diver, while she turned to grab some fresh air. As she reached the door, a glint of silver caught her eye. Could it be? She recognized the frayed watch strap immediately. But surely it couldn't be the same one. Pretending to do up her shoelaces, she stooped for a closer look. She was in the middle of a crime scene, and disturbing evidence went against every police code. Yet her fingers reached out and picked it up just the same. Ruby's heart fell like a stone. This was not just any watch. It was the echo of a memory. The words on the back were as clear as when she had them engraved 20 years ago. To Nathan, love you forever, Ruby. Chapter 36. "You've got it wrong," Mrs. Mead said, her fingers twisting the tightly bound tissue on her lap. "That's not my April. She's not a prostitute, she's a model." "I'm sorry," Ruby said. She had witnessed the whole gamut of emotions with this case. Having travelled to Essex to break the news, she found that April's mother was clearly in denial. Who could blame her, Ruby thought. And on top of everything else, she hadn't even known she was a grandmother. It had not taken long for her team to find April on their system, given they had her fingerprints for a previous arrest for soliciting. She was better known for a number of domestics she'd had with her ex-boyfriend, who was now in prison serving time for assault. April had been treated as a high-risk victim of domestic abuse in the past, and details of her baby were on their system too. According to her friend, who reported her missing, she was giving up prostitution to go and live in Essex with her. But when she did not show up at the train station, alarm bells began to chime. "I can't imagine how incredibly difficult this must be for you and your family, but we've checked her fingerprints as they're already on file. Mrs. Mead." "Joan," the woman sniffed. "Joan, were you aware that April had a baby in care?" Ruby had already spoken to social services and clarified that she had not been informed. The decision to keep her mother in the dark was April's. As an adult, she was entitled to make her own choices, but Ruby felt this act of secrecy was bound to deepen the wounds of grief suffered by her mother. Joan frowned, the lines in her forehead instantly aging her. "A baby? No, no, no! This just proves you've got it wrong. I'd know if I was a grandmother now, wouldn't I? This is just stupid. How on earth would she have a baby without me knowing?" "When was she born?" April's sister, Clara, asked. Ruby sighed. It was tough enough breaking the news of April's death without adding this bombshell into the mix. "She's 6 months old. She's been fostered, but April was working with social care with the view of getting her back." Silently, Lara's lips moved as she counted back the months. "June. I remember she was acting all funny back then. We wanted to come and see her. Do you remember, Mum? But she wouldn't have it. She said she was going away on a photo shoot. I knew by her voice that something was wrong. No, Joan said. We saw her last month. She didn't look like she'd had a baby. I don't believe it. It's been a terrible shock, Ruby said, handing her a piece of folded notepaper. Here are the details of the social worker. She'll be in touch soon about Charlie. You can call her in the meantime if you like. Charlie? Is that her name? Lara said, fresh tears springing to her eyes. We used to argue over the name because I liked it too. We planned everything together when we were kids. Our dream wedding, what we call our children. Do you remember, Mum? Mum? But Joan was staring into space, her face chalky white. Ruby guessed that somewhere in her mind she was turning over the fact that her daughter was never coming home. She had seen such behaviour many times. Overcome by grief, April's mother had withdrawn from the world that brought such pain. At least she had her family around her. Ruby couldn't understand why April had not called on them for support when it came to giving up her daughter. At least Joan didn't ask her for details about her daughter's death. She knew the time would come, but for now, she had not been able to take any more. Ruby stood, just as there was a knock on the door. She hoped it was a family liaison officer. She would take the heat of their anger and frustrations, and Ruby felt nothing but admiration for her. Right, guys, what have we got? Ruby asked as she faced her team. She had grouped them together just as she returned from her visit to Mrs. Mead, and they had been given numerous tasks to add to their existing burgeoning workload. April's flat is being searched right now, DC Ludgrove piped up. The youngest member of the team, Ruby had been impressed with his performance so far. A young man with no children or partner to answer to, his time was generously given to the job. She's been working through an online escort site as far as we know. Her computer's being seized for examination. Good, Ruby said. I want that examined as a priority. She sighed, knowing the tech department was snowed under with requests. In the meantime, find out everything you can about the site she worked for. Contact them directly. See what information you can get by asking nicely. I want a list of her clients on my desk. Usually, with these sites, users pay by credit card, and a percentage goes to the escort, along with cash in hand for any extras on the side. They'll have names and addresses. See if you can match any of those clients with the intel we have on Ellie Mason. She turned to DC Ash Baker. I want you to... Ash, are you okay? She asked, watching the colour visibly drain from his face. She had meant to catch up with him about his wife's situation. Sorry, he said, rubbing his chest. Just some pains. It's probably indigestion. I'll be okay in a minute. Come into my office, she said. I'll get you a drink of water. She turned back to the heads still bobbing from behind their computers. Come on, guys, you know what you have to do. We're under the cosh here. There was one task she would have to carry out herself. It was too much of a coincidence that both Ellie and April were working girls. She needed to contact the Crosbys and find out if April was ever on their books. Here, let me open the window. Let in a bit of air, Ruby said, allowing a blast of petrol-polluted air to waft inside. She turned back to Ash, whose expression was tight and drawn. You look awful. Do you want me to call you a doctor? Ash shook his head, keeping his eyes on the floor. His hand had dropped away from his chest, and his fingers were now tightly interlinked. It was something she had seen before, and it could only mean one thing. You're not in any pain, are you? No, Sarge, he said. The use of her title raised another flicker of concern. This wasn't good, not good at all. What's happened? Is it your wife? Your daughters? Do you need to go home? Ash tugged at his tie, loosening the knot.
Nah, the wife's fine. She's settling in, and the kids are at my sister's.
He sighed, waving away her offer of a drink of water.
It's just that...
Ruby caught the slight tremble in his bottom lip as the words seemed to get stuck in his throat. She rose to close the blinds. It was a signal to her fellow workers that she was not to be disturbed. Pulling her chair up next to his, she spoke in soft, comforting tones. Come on, mate. Can't be that bad, can it?
It is.
Ash swiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, but it was instantly replaced by another. His face bloomed pink, and Ruby laid her hand on his shoulder. Mate, it's me. If you need to speak to me in confidence.
Oh God, I can't believe I'm about to tell you this.
The words came out in a long exhale.
But it's going to get out at some point.
Ruby craned her head to one side. You're talking to the queen of fuck-ups. I'm sure it won't come as any great shock to me. Pulling a tissue from his pocket, Ash blew his nose.
You don't understand. If this comes to light, I'll lose my job. I'll lose everything.
Ruby straightened in her chair. Consider this conversation off the record. The sooner you tell me what it is, the sooner we can figure out what to do. Chapter 37. Ruby, what brings you to my door? Downs said, looking past her to the adjacent townhouses across the street. He had a right to be surprised. Ruby was well aware that several of his neighbours were senior police officers. This was her first visit to his home, and the last thing she wanted was to give them something to talk about. It's work-related, she said. Can I come in? Downs drew back the red varnished door, risking one last cautionary glance outside before closing it behind her. You do know this is meant to be your day off, don't you? Ruby threw him a wayward grin. Rest days were a memory to her, and it wasn't going to change. Not with Dr. Tanner on the loose. More and more officers were being drafted in to help with the murder investigation, but she could not rest. Her personal connection to the case meant she was not going to squander time off by sitting at home and watching TV. This is important, she said, slipping off her boots before entering the living room. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a smattering of chest hair. A pair of pink Mr. Men socks peeped out from beneath his faded jeans. Ruby smiled. He caught her grin and returned it. No, I was heading in myself a bit later on. A man could get fed up with his own company. Will I wet the tea? Ruby's eyes fell on the family photos that graced the creamstone fireplace. Happy and smiling, they reflected better times, as Downs posed for the picture with his wife. She realized he was watching her, and tore her eyes away. With the smell of vanilla-scented candles and the freshly polished surfaces, it was almost as if his wife had just stepped outside. This feminine home was not what Ruby had expected at all. She smiled, trying to hide her surprise. Sorry, what was that? Tea? Downs said, pumping up a fluffy cushion for her to sit down. No thanks, I don't have time, Ruby said, enjoying the feel of the plush cream carpet between her toes. It was a huge contrast to the cheap linoleum and thin red carpet gracing her floors. And, unlike her flat, Downs's home was spotlessly clean. Sorry to come out of the blue. I didn't want to be overheard. She wrung her hands, remembering her vow to keep things strictly professional from now on. This isn't about me. It's Ash. He needs help, and I don't know where else to turn. Right, Downs said, his brows furrowed. What sort of trouble has he got himself into? Do you know about his wife being sectioned? Ruby said, hoping a potted history of his family background would present a buffer for what was to come. Downs nodded. Right. Well, he's been suffering from depression. The last couple of years have been tough on him.
He's always laughing and joking at work, Downes said. Did you see those posters on his wall? Jesus, there were words there I've never heard of in my life.
He's good at covering things up, Ruby said. The poor guy's been through the mill.
We've all got our crosses to bear, Downes said, his gaze landing on the photograph of his wife.
It was true. Ruby had had her own share of family problems, her mum's dementia being one of them. Moving her from their cosy shared home into Oakwood residential care had been tough. Now, her budget living accommodation was just within her means. She hated her flat, but was happy to sacrifice her comfort if it meant her mother received better care. And she was not the only person who had been under stress. Downes had lost his wife to cancer the year before. For both, work had been a lifeline in some very choppy waters. It still was. She gave up trying to soften the blow of what was to come.
Well, there's no easy way to tell you, so I'm just going to get on with it, she said, clearing her throat.
Downes and Baker went back a long way, and she hoped he would not hang him out to dry when the going got tough. It was something their superiors had a habit of doing. You know that I've instructed officers to come back to me with a list of April Mead's clients? Downes shook his head, a low groan escaping his lips.
You're not telling me that?
Yes, I am, Ruby said. He's been using her services on and off for the last couple of years. Not just April, either. He knew Ellie Mason, and some of the others, too.
For feck's sake, Downes said. If the papers find out about this, Warrow's gotta do her nut.
I know, Ruby said, not wanting to stop in case she changed her mind. And there's more. April and Ellie used to work for the Crosby Escort Service. They were both fired within the last year.
So there is a connection, Downes said.
Which means they'll be scrutinizing their clients even more.
Did Ash use the girls when they worked for the Crosbys?
Yes, apparently he booked them online. He said he didn't know who they worked for. Ruby sighed. It's not good, is it?
Flamin' idiot! Why didn't he come to me with this?
I guess he thought I'd soften the blow. Downes began to pace, running his fingers through his hair.
You could look at this another way. The Crosbys are bumping off their ex-staff because they know too much. They work on discretion and have some influential names on their books.
Come off it, Jack. They're young girls. They wouldn't have the brass neck to go up against the Crosbys.
Well, they certainly won't now, especially not with the last one having her tongue cut out. That's a warning to keep quiet, not a so-called fairy tale.
God, I wish I hadn't come around here now, Ruby said, slinging her handbag over her shoulder as she rose to leave. It had been a bad idea coming here. She thought of Nathan's watch, and what Downes would say if he knew of its presence. Having discovered it planted at the murder scene, she had risked her career by hiding it in the old biscuit tin beneath the floorboards of her home. Whoever had left it at the pool had damaged the strap to make it appear as if it had fallen from his wrist. But Nathan had not worn it in years, and the leisure centre was not a place he frequented. Its appearance served to confirm just how far the killer was willing to go in order to set him up for the murders. But she had little time to dwell on it, as Downes beckoned her back to the sofa.
Sit down, will you? I'm only thinking out loud.
Ruby frowned. Can't you see? Dr. Tanner would have treated those girls. They kept regular appointments with him because they weren't allowed to practice without a clean bill of health.
We need a list of Crosby's escorts. Do you think they're up for it?
Let me take care of that. What are we going to do about Ash? Ruby said. Downes puffed out his cheeks as he exhaled.
With DCI Warrow heading the investigation. God, She'll have his guts for garters. Ruby nodded, knowing how hot she was when it came to police integrity. We can't stop the inevitable. We can only delay it. I'm worried about Ash's mental health, Ruby said. His mum's gone back home and he's been left all alone. If I could persuade him to accept some help, maybe it would put him on a steady footing for what lies ahead. Right, Downes said, thoughtfully. You think he's that bad? Yes. No. I don't know. She exhaled a terse breath. He said something about being worth more dead than alive, but when I asked him about it, he turned it into a joke. You know what he's like, always messing about. Has Ash used a credit card to pay for April's, services? Ruby nodded. Downes dragged his fingers through his hair. I think cockwomble is the word you're looking for today, Ruby said, unable to stop the grin spreading on her face. She couldn't help it. Black humour was how police dealt with the darkest of times. Downes returned her smile. What are we like, eh? How about a drink? A proper drink? He said, eyeing the decanter of whiskey. It glinted from behind the doors of the glass cabinet, next to a collection of crystal ornaments. The fact it was locked away told Ruby all she needed to know. She was not going to provide him with the excuse he needed to open it. His drinking was something that had bothered her up until recently, and the last thing she wanted was for him to slip into the abyss again. No, thanks. I've got stuff to do. Can I use your loo before I go? Downes paused for the briefest of moments before nodding. It's straight upstairs. With its shiny chrome and dazzling tiles, the bathroom was just as immaculate as downstairs. Ruby reflected as she washed her hands. There was something not quite right about this house. It had bothered her since she came in. She opened the mirrored bathroom cabinet. To the left was an array of men's razors, shaving foam and deodorant. But Ruby's attention was on the right, her eyes dancing over the hair removal cream, impulse deodorant, and makeup remover. She frowned. What use would Downes have of these? The couple didn't have any children. She touched the bristles of the pink toothbrush, stiffened from lack of use. A build-up of toothpaste had accumulated on the side. A small folding hairbrush contained soft blonde hairs within the bristles, the same colour as his wife's hair. Everything was as she'd left it over a year ago. A pang of sadness overcame her. There she was wittering on about work, when he had problems of his own. She couldn't help but peek through his bedroom door as she stepped out on the landing. Like the rest of the house, it contained what she presumed were his wife's belongings. Clothes, shoes, they were all there. What am I doing? She thought, feeling guilty for her intrusion. Ruby tried to appear nonchalant as Downes showed her outside. I hope you didn't mind me calling unannounced, she said, one more time. I just thought I'd pre-warn you, so you can take Ash aside and have a quiet word. You know, to prepare him for what's ahead. I've spoken to him about counselling. Maybe you could recommend it too. She smiled, making a scissors motion with her fingers. We could come at him from both angles, the good old pincer technique. But Downes looked strained. You did the right thing. Speak to Luddy. Have him arrange for the list of April's clients to go directly to me. If he asks why, just say it contains sensitive information. Will do, Ruby said. I'll have the names of the rest of the girls on the Crosby's books by today. That is, if they'll let me in. I've been in the doghouse since you turned up. Downes gave her a sheepish grin. He made no effort to dissuade her this time. Do you want me to come with you? Ruby snorted. Don't be daft. I'll see you back in the nick. If I get anything juicy, I'll give you a ring. Make sure you do, he said. I don't want any more dead bodies turning up on my patch today. Oh, and boss? Yes? I like your socks.
Chapter 38. How can you live in this place? Lenny said, staring out the window of Ruby's flat. It offered a view of a high-rise building and a graffiti-stained playground that parents were too scared to allow their children to visit. Her tower block had seen its fair share of police raids, drug busts and gangs, but none were as dangerous as the man taking in the view. She had not expected a response to her text so soon, much less one asking to meet at her flat. Isn't it about time you sorted yourself out? Got yourself a decent gaff? Ruby cocked her head to one side, gazing at him with a level of mistrust. Something had changed. Lenny was talking to her like he did in the old days, back when they were teenagers. Growing up next door to each other, he was always bossing her around. Something had shifted when he got out of prison, but now Ruby felt movement again. Was this his way of making an effort? Was he so scared of losing Nathan that he'd decided to work with her, rather than against her? Whatever the reason, she did not trust him one iota. Why did you ask to come here? Ruby said, ignoring his question as she tried to preempt his next move. It doesn't look good for you to be seen at my address, not when Nathan's mixed up in this investigation. Lenny offered a thin-lipped smile. Don't worry yourself, love. I've been avoiding the filth half my life. You think I can't get into this shitty flat without being seen? Yeah, well, we don't all live in the lap of luxury. Ruby tightened her jacket around her. Heating was an extravagance, and she only had it on for a couple of hours at night. We're coming very close to nicking a suspect for the murders. That should take Nathan out of the frame. But I need a clear connection between the girls. I've been told Ellie and April were fired from your escort agency in the last year. Can you give me a list of your girls and their clients? In particular, any who knew Dr. Tanner? They were all under his care, Lenny said. In more ways than one from what I've heard. This is crucial evidence, Ruby said, trying to keep the topic away from sex. Tanner's our prime suspect. I'll see to it that you won't be implicated in any wrongdoing. Lenny raised his eyebrows. Too right, you will. You'll get what you need. One of my staff will come to the nick. He'll give you what's relevant. Will that do you? Yes, it will. She wanted to question him about the acid attack, but her desire for him to leave was stronger. Had Nathan carried it out himself, or arranged for someone else to do it? It shouldn't have made any difference, but the question kept her awake at night just the same. He closed her flimsy curtains, an act of intimidation that Ruby instantly recognized. So tell me, how far along are you in this investigation of yours? You're taking your time, ain't you? And you're my boss now, are you? Ruby said in a droll voice. Lenny spoke to everyone as if he owned them, and she resented him viewing her as another part of his property. I don't care for your tone. Ruby sighed. All they did was bicker, and it was getting her nowhere. She glanced at her watch. Turning her police radio anti-clockwise, she unclipped it from her shoulder harness. After their last meeting, she had not come unarmed. Her cuffs and gas nestled against her ribcage under her jacket. It was a message to Lenny that he would not lay hands on her again. She pressed her finger on the power button, tapping in her collar number until it came to life. She checked her channel and turned it down until it emanated a low buzzing noise. She was back on the radar, which meant Control could track her location by GPS. Thanks for helping out, but I've got to get back to work now, see how the investigation's progressing. Lenny, who had been scrutinizing her every movement, folded his arms.
You'd better progress it, because if my brother ends up behind bars...
Ruby fished the car keys from her pocket, trying to remind herself that, despite his hard man act, Lenny was as worried about Nathan as she was. She thought of 10-year-old Lenny and how he had absorbed his father's blows to protect Nathan from his wrath. Lenny, who had broken a broom over his father's back as he throttled his mother on the floor of their kitchen. The consequence of that act was a broken nose that would alter his features forever. But a lifetime of being shielded by his brother had left Nathan with an obligation he could never satisfy. She turned to face Lenny as she waited by the door for him to leave. I know you're worried, but I'm working as hard as I can. There's also a matter of these young girls getting slaughtered on my patch. Lisa, Ellie, April. Something tells me he won't stop there.
Those slags are of no interest to me,
Lenny said, straightening his tie as he walked towards the door.
Just remember, time is ticking. I expect results soon.
Yeah, you and my DCI, Ruby said, her final parting shot as he let himself out. Taking a deep breath, she chastised herself for answering back, but it was too hard to stop the spark of defiance slipping out as she spoke. Besides, if she didn't stand up to Lenny, she would be forever under his thumb. Why had he met her here at her flat? Was it to check up on her, or was he just worried about Nathan? She gave up trying to second-guess the man she had grown up with his fractured background and unstable mental ability. She could torture herself for hours trying to understand his motives. She crept around the flat as she freshened up to return to work. The ghost of his presence still lingered, making her uneasy. She would forego the sandwich she was going to make and eat on the hoof. She needed to get into the sanctuary of her office. At least there would be no unexpected surprises there. Pulling back her curtains, she threw one last glance onto the streets below. In another couple of hours, twilight would be closing in, the twinkling lights filling the skyline and drawing in the predators that prowled the streets. She frowned, her fingers resting on the cracked window pane. The killer was out there, right now, his breath heavy as he planned his next move. But where? There were over 8.5 million people living in London, and over 200,000 of them in Hackney alone. But she wouldn't let the figures put her off. He was walking her pavements, and she would not rest until he was behind bars. Chapter 39. You lot are spanking the overtime, aren't you? Ruby said. The team was running at full strength, except for Eve, who was over 4 months pregnant, and Ash, who was visiting his wife. A quick call had ensured he was okay. Ruby's stomach growled, reminding her she had not eaten. Turning on her heels, she shoved her hands in her trouser pockets and fished out some change. Anyone want some chocolate from the machine? We've eaten, Luddy said. I left you a sandwich in your office. Cheese and pickle, your favourite. Homemade? Ruby flashed him a smile. Luddy nodded. Yep. Oh, you little beauty. And for afters? Any of your mum's famous homemade shortbread? Of course. She made a biscuit tinful. I kept you a slice. It's all on your desk. Tell your mum thanks from me. That'll go down a treat. Shoving her change back in her pocket, she made a round of teas and coffees for the workers before tucking into her food. Luddy was single and lived at home with his mum. He lived and breathed the job, and Ruby imagined Mrs. Ludgrove had heard all about the office politics and their individual quirks. His colleagues used to take the piss out of her sending in food, until they tasted it and hounded him for more. Luddy said it made her feel useful, feeding the troops, and nobody in the office complained. She made a mental note to collect a few quid for a bunch of flowers. It was the least they could do. Ruby's eyes flicked to the framed photo on her crumb-laden desk. Her own mum would be having dinner now. Guilt bloomed inside her. She needed to set aside some time to pay her a visit. It had been days. She took another bite of her sandwich, finding it harder to swallow this time. After catching up with her most urgent tasks, she joined her team. I just wanted to say thanks for coming in on your day off. I know we're all under pressure right now, but look after yourselves, okay? Her team listened attentively as she brought them up to speed on Dr. Tanner. Choosing her words carefully, she disclosed his links with the historic child abduction and his employment with the Crosby escort agency, from which Ellie and April had both been fired. But what about Lisa Caldwell? Luddy piped up. There's nothing to link her death to this doctor, is there? Not yet, and DCI Worrow seems convinced that Danny Smedley's our man, Ruby said, glancing around her to check she wasn't in earshot. But don't discount the fact they could be linked. I want you to bear in mind that Lisa could have been a trial run. She hated to term the young woman's death in such a flippant fashion, but such a term was a common one in police circles, and immediately understood. It was not uncommon for criminals and deviants to bolster their confidence and build up to what was to come. Handbag snatches often led to sexual assaults, domestic abuse, to murder. It was possible that Lisa Caldwell was nothing but practice for what was to come. Who's eating all the shortbread? D.I. Downs said, making Ruby jump. Boss, I didn't see you come in. I'm just briefing the team on what we have to date. Downs pulled out the freshly written statement nestled under his arm. This has just come in, marked for your attention. A list of women who worked in the same brothel as Ellie and April, all under the care of Dr. Tanner. His glance fell on Ruby. Our very helpful witness believes that Tanner was also paying the women for sex, right up until he disappeared off the radar. Which was? Ruby asked, trying to tease out the information. It seemed that Lenny had come good and delivered the information as promised. Which was in the last couple of months. Tanner's not at his flat, and neighbours haven't seen him. I've also had some results back from the post-mortem. We've been allocated a decent budget, allowing us to rush tests through. Traces of cotton wadding were found within the mouth cavity of our last victim, April Meade. This isn't cotton wool that you'd buy over the counter. It's a very particular type of wadding, used during surgery to plug wounds. He glanced around the room to ensure he had everyone's attention. The same cotton wadding was found in Ellie Mason's chest cavity. They've traced the origin, and it was sold by a pharmaceutical company that went out of business 2 years ago. Whoever used this would have had access to surgical supplies not available to Joe Public. Gov, does this mean Nathan Crosby's no longer a suspect? Luddy piped up. With his crumpled shirt and pallid complexion, the 16-hour shifts had taken their toll. But it could not extinguish his enthusiasm as new leads filtered through. No, he's still coming in when he surfaces, Downs said. But I want you to dig up what you can on Dr. Tanner today. You'll be given tasking sheets, and I want your updates before the next briefing. For now, he's our #1 priority. Ruby exhaled with relief. Hearing D.I. Downs say it out loud lifted her spirits, making her forget all about the disturbed sleep and Lenny's recent threats. I'd like the team to put some feelers out for the child Tanner was alleged to have abducted, Gov. Contact social services. See if she's up for speaking to us again. Nathan's bombshell that Tanner was responsible for the child found in the woods had opened up a new line of inquiry. If she could positively identify him as her abductor, then his arrest would put a stop to the killing spree. You can, but if she's in the system, they're not going to release her details quickly. You'll need to go through their legal team, and that takes time.
Let's focus on putting a package together for Tanner's arrest. We've got enough with the witness statement and the autopsy results for now. The fact her team were on the hunt for Dr. Tanner was good enough for Ruby. She would make it her business to speak to the girls listed in the statement personally. At last, pieces of the investigation were beginning to gel. She loved this part of the inquiry, when their efforts started gaining momentum. She thought of the victims, and how they had died beneath a cruel, merciless hand. He was not stopping, not unless she stopped him first. The hunt was on. Chapter 40. It was 3:30. In an hour and a half, London would fall into rush hour. Soon, grim-faced commuters would be pouring from work, while cars, taxis, and double-decker buses would drive bumper to bumper, stalling Ruby's journey. If she was going to hit the streets, she had to do it now. Immersed in viewing CCTV, DC Ludgrove jumped as she tapped his shoulder. "Are you game for a trip out?" Ruby said, casting her eyes over his desk. To his right was a wad of well-thumbed paperwork, and beside it a pad imprinted with hastily scribbled notes. Fresh from the briefing, she knew his workload was high, and the physical paperwork was nothing compared to the masses of statements, exhibits, and crime scene photos uploaded online. But she reasoned with herself that if they got a quick result, his inquiries could be cut in two. "Sure," he said, appearing relieved to get the opportunity to leave the office for a while. She laid out the list in front of him. The names had already been brought up during briefing, but she went over them again to refresh his memory. "There's nothing to link Lisa Caldwell to the escort agency, but I figure if we concentrate on Tanner's association with Ellie and April, then we can build evidence of a case and go from there. You never know, he might admit to Lisa's death if he's banged to rights for the others." Luddy nodded. "So we're only looking at women that Tanner knew who worked in the agency?" Ruby nodded. She would have loved to have had the manpower to investigate all their leads at once, but time was precious, and they had to prioritize. Ellie Mason was the most recent person to leave, followed by April Meade. There's nothing to say he won't target the girls currently working for the Crosbys, but given their reputation in the community, it's doubtful. "Then why are they fair game once they've left?" Luddy said. "Surely, if the girls are acquainted with such a force, that should offer them some protection." "It doesn't work like that," Ruby said. "Lenny Crosby sees the girls as his property. Think of it as owning a fleet of cars. Once you trade them in, you're no longer interested. He's the same with his girls. Once they leave, he doesn't care what happens to them. That's why I think Tanner's only targeting girls who have left. They're easy targets." Luddy grabbed his black suit jacket from the back of his chair. "Either that or the Crosbys bumped them off because they knew too much." Ruby felt a prickle of annoyance. Luddy had an inkling of her friendship with Nathan after the last high-profile incident. If he, of all people, was thinking this, what were the rest of the team saying? "It's not Nathan Crosby. Haven't you been listening to briefing?" she snapped. "Sorry, Sarge. It was just a thought," he said, straightening his jacket and fixing his collar. "Call me Ruby," she muttered, taking a folded piece of paper from her trouser pocket. "Now, we've only got two names on this list, Sharon Connors and Mandy Prentice. Mandy was the last to leave, so my guess is that Sharon is next. Initial searches have brought up nothing for Mandy. She could have got married, moved abroad, or already be dead," Luddy said. "God, you're a bundle of laughs today, aren't you? Hopefully Mandy's alive and well. I do know where Sharon is, though. So, if you're up for it, I'd like to pay her a visit." "Sounds like a plan," Luddy said, his words echoing down the corridor as they headed out to the car park. "Hang on, wasn't there a team set up to speak to the working girls?" Ruby nodded.
impressed by his knowledge. Yes, I've spoken to the liaison officer. Sharon's down on her list as being spoken to, for all the good it did. All of our street girls have been on high alert since the murders, and even more so now that 2 of their own have been killed. Unfortunately, their addictions overrule any reservations. For most of them, it's business as usual. Given Sharon's told the officer where to shove their help, I'd like to approach it in a different way. She threw him a grin. Don't look so worried. It shouldn't take long. Luddy glanced from left to right before lowering his voice. Something tells me this visit isn't by the book. Ruby shrugged. I'm not asking you to do anything that'll get you into trouble. I can go on my own. Luddy grinned. You're joking me, aren't you? Anything to get out of the office? Ruby smiled. Once the most cautious of the group, Luddy was developing an adventurous streak. She was a bad influence. Good, she said, unable to stop the smile spreading over her face. I'm going to the loo. Here are the keys of the motor. You're driving. I'll see you out there. A quick pit stop was needed at their local convenience store. A box of chocolates, milk, bread, soup, ham and tomatoes were contained in her shopping bag, along with a 6-pack of beer. Bit of an odd time to do your shopping, Luddy said, casting an eye over her grocery bags as Ruby shoved them in the footwell of the car. They're not for me. Clicking her seatbelt into place, she did not elaborate further. Buying alcohol on duty was strictly forbidden, but it was a small rule that Ruby was willing to break if it helped her carry out her plan. Minutes later, they were at their location. I recognize this street, Luddy said as he turned the corner. It was in briefing. Boarded-up shops lined the road, their windows daubed in purple and red graffiti tags. Frayed from the wind, a tattered British flag hung from the window of the occupied flats above. On the pavement below, a man in a beanie hat and combat jacket sat slumped with eyes open, high on whatever cocktail of drugs was racing through his veins. Ruby could not imagine what it must be like to have drug users and prostitutes walking the streets outside your home all day. It's where the Toms hang out, she said. Uniform is patrolling a few times a day, but they're still out here. Look. She pointed to a hard-faced brunette hanging around the corner. 10 flippin' degrees and she's wearing a t-shirt and skirt. Her elbows clamped to her side, Sharon Connors peered at their car as it approached, most likely in the hope of business. Pull in next to her and wind down your window, she said to Luddy. And for God's sake, relax. I don't want her running off. Ruby cast a sideways glance to see his knuckles tightening over the steering wheel. He would make a terrible undercover officer. Luddy always wore his heart on his sleeve. As the car came to a halt, Sharon approached. She stuck her head in through the window of their vehicle. You're bleeding old Bill, aren't you? She muttered. I'm not on the game. I'm waiting for a friend. Sure you are, Ruby said, as Sharon spun off the same old line. That was what they always said. It was unfortunate that she recognized them. It meant having to go straight to Plan B. Get in the car. Sharon hesitated, her eyes flicking left to right. But Ruby had caught sight of her ridiculous heels. She would not be running anywhere in that get-up. Come on, Ruby said. I just want a word. You must be freezing your tits off in this weather. Get lost. All you give me is grief. Sharon swiveled on her heel far more eloquently than Ruby would have given her credit for. But Ruby wasn't ready to give up on her just yet. Stay here, she said to Luddy, before jumping out of the car. Taking 3 sharp strides, she grabbed Sharon by the forearm, tightening her grip as the girl squealed in annoyance. Get off me! Ruby gave her a shake, almost sending her toppling into the gutter.
What's it gonna take to get it through your thick skull that you're in danger? She tapped the side of Sharon's head 3 times, and the girl flinched as she pulled away. But Ruby was quicker and caught her by the wrist. We've tried it the nice way, now we do it my way. Dragging her over to the car, she opened the back door. Luddy's eyebrows shot up in anticipation of Ruby's next move. I ain't going with you, Sharon said. Get your filthy copper hands off me. Just chill, Ruby said, bundling her into the back. She slid in beside her, grateful she had thought to check the child locks were in place before they left. I'll pay you for your time, 20 quid for 20 minutes. Now, do you want the money or not? What choice do I have? Sharon bleated, pulling at the car door handle, which wouldn't open. Folding her arms, she flounced back on the seat, her lips in full pout. If I don't go with you, I'll end up being nicked. Isn't that right? Totally, Ruby said, with a satisfied smile. So, what's it going to be? 40 quid, Sharon said, still pouting. Ruby snorted with laughter. Pull the other one. I'll give you 20 and no more. She turned to Luddy. Drive on, if you will. Oh, I've always wanted to say that. Luddy turned on the engine, and the weathered Ford Focus grumbled into life. Lately there had been a ticking sound, and Ruby made a mental note to report it, but for now her aim was to get Sharon to safety. Where are we going? Sharon said, peering through the smudged window. Needles of rain began to tap the glass, and she shrank back in her seat and wrapped her arms around herself. You'll find out soon enough, Ruby said, turning up the heating dial. But by the time they reached Ruby's flat, Sharon was swearing like a drunk. She's got an impressive repertoire, Luddy smirked as he parked up outside Ruby's block of flats. Her and Ash would get on just fine. Ruby imparted a tight smile, knowing that Sharon and Ash would get on a bit too well. Had he used her services too? Sharon didn't like surprises. Ruby could see that. The irony was that she was laying herself open for the biggest surprise of all by touting for business on the street where a murderer prowled. Luddy had been to Ruby's flat just once before, and his expression spoke volumes as he walked through the door. But it was easy for him, brought up in a nice semi in the suburbs. He had a somewhat privileged background, unlike Ruby, who had to fight for everything she got. It was healthy to live where she did, she told herself. Helped keep her feet on the ground. Blimey, Sharon said, her annoyance temporarily forgotten. Is this your place? It's worse than mine. Have a seat, this won't take long. She took the shopping from Luddy. His face paled, suggesting his enthusiasm for bending the rules had melted away. Ruby prodded at the remote control until the television came to life. Her 30-story block of flats was a concrete mammoth. Satellite dishes sprouted from the side like mushrooms, with the occasional hanging basket softening the outlook. Ruby had only invested in Freeview, and she flicked on some random music station playing hip-hop, loud enough to drown out their conversation. It competed with the usual thump, thump, thump of drum and bass from next door. Sandwich? Ruby said, quickly making one up from the groceries she had just bought. Here. She placed it on the cigarette-crated coffee table. It might do you some good. But Sharon sat with her eyes on the door, like a rabbit captured for sport. Time we got down to business, Ruby said, taking a seat beside her. She turned to Luddy, who was still hanging around near the door. Hands deep in pockets, he bounced on the soles of his feet. His discomfort was painful to watch. Ruby decided to put him out of his misery. Can you wait in the car, mate? This won't take too long. Slowly, Ruby checked her appearance in her compact mirror, running a line of lipstick over her mouth.
She smacked her lips together, smiling to check that none had trailed against her teeth. She liked red. It made her feel empowered, in control. As Luddy left, Sharon raised an over-plucked eyebrow. "What's the real reason you've brought me here? You want me all to yourself, is that what it is?" "I've got a proposition for you," Ruby said with a sigh. Chapter 41. You live with your boyfriend, don't you? As far as Ruby knew, Sharon didn't have a pimp on board ready to beat her up if she didn't meet her quota. But her boyfriend was more than capable of manipulating her into heading out to the streets. Sharon looked at her with a measure of distrust. "What's it got to do with you?" Ruby reiterated everything she knew about Dr. Tanner and how she believed that Sharon was next on the list. But Sharon simply stared lifelessly into space. "I've already told you lot, I can take care of myself." "Don't you get it?" Ruby said, unable to believe what she was hearing. "Lisa, Ellie, April, they're all dead. You're next. There's no such thing as a safe punter anymore. I'm working as hard as I can to get this guy off the streets, and I don't want your death on my conscience." Flopping back on the sofa, Sharon stared up at the ceiling, allowing her tears to streak down each side of her face. "It's all right for you, with your good job and copper friends," she sniffed. "I'm an addict. You don't know what it's like." Ruby exhaled an exasperated breath. Was she speaking a different language or something? She was trying to keep her alive. "Believe it or not, I care about your sorry ass, and not because of what I can get out of you. I know you don't work the streets for fun. You do it because you have to." Ruby knew about Sharon's background after a lengthy chat with the liaison officer. "That fella of yours, how can he let you put your neck on the line? Do you think that's what a caring relationship involves? I care more about you than he does, and I barely know you. Why else would I be risking my job to keep you somewhere safe?" She checked her watch, tutting at the time that had ran away since her arrival. "This is the plan. You're staying here tonight, away from your boyfriend. You can text him if you like. Tell him you're down the station helping us with our inquiries." "I can't stay here. In your place. Why?" "Because it will keep you safe." Ruby pointed out her window to the streets below, where a monster prowled. "Tanner's out there, looking for you. I can feel it." She returned her gaze to Sharon. "I've bought soup, chocolates, and even beer. Chill in front of the TV, veg out. I'll be back soon in a few hours, and we can talk about it then." "I need a fix, that's what I need. Get me some gear, please. There's a dealer the next floor up. Just get me what I need and I'll stay." The fact that there were dealers living in the same block of flats came as no surprise. Ruby had turned a blind eye to their activities in the hope of a quiet life. There was no way she was going to approach them now. Besides, she didn't need to. If she wanted drugs, she knew where to get them. But her risk-taking would only stretch so far. Ruby dipped her fingers into her trouser pocket and pulled out £20. It was all she had, but enough to get Sharon through the night. "I'm leaving this on the coffee table," she said. "If it's gone after you leave, I won't say a word. But please, wait for me to get back so we can talk about this together." Staring at the cash, Sharon bit her bottom lip so hard it turned white. "Sharon, focus. Do you want to live? Or are you playing with your life because you just don't want to be here anymore?" The answer was instant. "Of course I want to live. What sort of a stupid question is that?" "Because you're playing Russian roulette." Ruby folded her arms. "There's one bullet and, say, 6 chambers. Each time you go out on the streets represents a chamber in a gun. So you spin the chambers, and each time you tout for business, you put that gun to your head and pull the trigger. Think about it. You're playing with your life. I don't want to hear it, Sharon said, blinking back the tears filling her red-rimmed eyes. But Ruby continued. She had to hammer her message home. And it's not an easy death. He doesn't gently lull women to sleep. He tortures them. Why doesn't that frighten you? Because if you want to end it all, there's a lot nicer ways to die. Ruby's belief that Sharon was suicidal seemed to make her think. I want a new life, Sharon blurted, her words strained. I know Billy's no good for me. It's just that he's got me through some tough times in the past. But maybe you're right. If I can get myself out of this, then he will too. Finally, she's starting to see sense, Ruby thought, although she wasn't naive enough to believe that all was well. You have to be strong enough for the both of you. Otherwise, how's he going to feel if you end up dead? I know, Sharon said, giving her a sideways glance. But Ruby was not finished with her yet. Picking up her bag from the side of the sofa, she slid out a photo, moving the sandwich aside to place it on the coffee table before them. This is Ellie after that monster finished with her. He left us a message, this freak. Operated on her while she was alive, and she would have felt every slice of pain. Sharon clamped her hand over her mouth. I knew her, she whispered between her fingers. I knew her. And you knew April too, didn't you? Ruby said, placing her photo beside Ellie's. Sharon retched at the sight of April on the mortuary table. April with her mouth open, devoid of a tongue. He cut her tongue out. Can you imagine being awake and not being able to fight? He keeps them for days, suspended between life and death. I can't comprehend going through that sort of pain for 5 minutes, never mind 3 long days. Ruby paused for breath. These girls were just like you. April was due to move to Essex to be near her family, but she took just one more punter. As the tears trickled down Sharon's cheeks, Ruby could see her words had the desired effect. She didn't know if April or Ellie were alive when Dr. Tanner worked on them, but she had to be graphic to show Sharon where she was going to end up. When I get back, we'll talk about getting you into a women's refuge. I can get you safeguarding. I shouldn't have shouted at you, Sharon said, wiping her nose with the back of her sleeve. You were only trying to help. The shouting I can deal with, Ruby said. But if you report me for bringing you here, then I'll be removed from the investigation. Nobody knows the case like me. I'm willing to put my neck on the line to catch this monster. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because he's coming to get you. I can guarantee that. Sharon offered up a small smile. I won't dob you in. I ain't no grass. She wiped her eyes, but no amount of rubbing could shift the dark shadows beneath. She stared at Ruby. The hatred she harboured had dissipated, replaced by a quiet respect. I don't think I'll ever get those pictures out of my head, she said, swallowing back tears. Are you sure they suffered? Ruby nodded. She could have been kind, but the truth had to be brutal, just like the world outside. It was the only way to open Sharon's eyes. Sharon lowered her head, her limp hair hanging around her face. Catch him, yeah? Get the bastard and make him pay. I will. Ruby stood up to leave. Help yourself to food, she said, noticing the sandwich had remained uneaten. There's only one thing I need, Sharon said, snatching the £20 note from the table in the living room. Plucking her phone from the sofa where Ruby had left it, she began to make a call. Chapter 42. Luddy was leaning on the bonnet of the car, his face a mixture of fear and admiration. How did it go? She thought I brought her here because I wanted her body. Ruby smiled sadly. But I've managed to persuade her to stay just for safekeeping. Well, there's an image, Luddy said, grinning as he hopped into the car. Ew, you make sure you just keep it there. She pulled across her seatbelt after sliding into the seat beside him. I don't want anyone else knowing. I just need to keep her safe until I get back from work. Sharon had proceeded to call her boyfriend and tell him she was safe. With the promise of a fix on her return, he seemed satisfied with the explanation. The car engine produced its familiar knocking sound as it turned over, and Ruby reminded herself for the second time to book it in for repair. Sharon's not going to listen, you know, Luddy said, bringing Ruby back to the task in hand. If there's one thing I've learned about working girls, it's that they don't trust people enough to accept help. People have let them down most of their lives. She'll be gone when you get back. Under normal circumstances, Ruby would have teased Luddy about his so-called knowledge of street girls. But it wasn't funny. None of this was. She sighed, hoping she had not put herself on a path of forced retirement. Well, if it keeps her out of danger for a couple of hours, then I'm happy, she said. Now put your foot down, or we'll be caught up in the traffic. Downs will be wondering where we are. But there was no breaking the speed limit as far as Luddy was concerned, and he took the journey to the station with his usual caution. He pressed the brake pedal as the car rolled up to a set of traffic lights, glancing at Ruby as he waited for the lights to turn. What are you going to do if we find Mandy? Hunt her down and bring her home too? Three's a crowd, Ruby said, and there's not enough room in my flat. I thought we could bring her to your house instead. Luddy paled. You are kidding, aren't you? Wouldn't your mum approve? Ruby said with a grin. She nodded towards the traffic lights, which had turned green. Of course I'm kidding, you numpty. Now put your foot down. We've got work to do. Chapter 43. Noses twitching, the furred creatures stood on their hind legs, their beady black eyes following the doctor as he walked. Nightly, he strolled in the derelict hospital, led by the streetlight filtering through the insect-littered windows. He passed the rows of bed frames standing sentry in the wards, each one interspersed by wall lamps, their rusted necks craned towards the doorway, as if watching him pass. On the walls, faded cartoon characters guided him through the winding corridors and abandoned wards. But their smiles were macabre, their teeth sharp. Sometimes, as he passed, he could almost hear their whispers as they conspired against him. But then the air was different at night. That was when the shadows came to life and the walls began to breathe. Glass splintered underfoot as he returned to his surgery. The haunting smell of antiseptic filtered through his nostrils. But it was the memory of a scent from days long gone. He did not see the crumbling plaster, the missing ceiling tiles, nor smell the sour rodent urine laced with rotting brick. His mind brought him to a happier time, when he was respected and of value to the world. And now he was sure that time would come again. He froze, his feet temporarily stilled as he strained to hear a siren wail. Was it police or ambulance? In London, such sounds were part of the cacophony of city life. People noticed less in the city. Plugged into the latest technology, like automatons, they filtered from work to the tubes. But he still drew the attention of those engaged with the world. Children would squeal and point, recoiling as he cast his one good eye in their direction. They were the most perfect creatures of all. But these days they were also the most guarded. Yet here he was, reduced to snatching dirty whores off the street. He licked his lips, a smile rising on his face. But then he did turn them into such pretty little girls. His armpits damp with sweat, he unbuttoned his military coat and hooked it onto the rusted drip stand. He did not need it for his latest victim, because he was no longer afforded the luxury of time. His newest victim had presented the greatest challenge, and he had come close to being discovered. It was a long time since he had made a house call, but they were next on the list. With the police investigation gaining momentum, they were hardly likely to come to him. He smoothed the blanket over the sleeping form, his raspy breath cooling his parted lips. Excitement blossomed inside him. Escaping the tower block unnoticed had not been easy, but the drug he administered had been enough to make his latest guest appear drunk as they wobbled on their feet. In that estate, such behavior did not raise an eyelid. All the same, it was a blessing that he had use of a lift, because he couldn't have dragged them all the way down the flights of stairs. Like an addiction, his compulsion was demanding, and would have forced him to try just the same. The pleasure he derived from creating his works of art dissipated all too quickly, leaving him thirsting for more. He clamped a hand on his chest, slowing his breathing and taking comfort as his heart relaxed into a steady beat. Why was he putting himself through all this? The answer lay in the full-length mirror before him. He forced himself to look at his reflection. It was a face where pain and anger were laid bare. He glanced at his milky left eye through the vision of his right. They had not just taken his sight, they had taken everything. His revenge would not be complete until each of his victims was struck off the list. He glanced down at the sleeping form, taking in its potential. He had art to present to the world, but sometimes it felt like the world wasn't listening. But many artists felt that way, tortured and undervalued. He was following in the footsteps of the greats. It was such a shame that fame had not come until their passing. Perhaps it would be the same for him. It gave him comfort to know that he would continue living long after his body had crumbled to powder and bone. He placed a hand on his victim's warm brow, as if he could absorb their energy for what was to come. They were sleeping now, at peace with their pathetic life. He glanced at his watch. It was time to get to work. Chapter 44. Tweedy, Ruby said, with more than a hint of concern. She had come in the front way, not expecting to see her old school friends standing in line. What brings you here? A sliver of panic rose within as she wondered what was so wrong that he had to drag himself to the front counter of Shoreditch Police Station to ask for her. She ushered him into a side room. Devoid of CCTV cameras, it was a functional square block. Windowless, it held a table and chairs, a computer for taking statements, and a black panic strip, which ran horizontally against the walls. I was in the area. Thought I'd pop in, see how things are going. Tweedy dragged out the hard plastic chair from beneath the table. Its rubber feet screeched against the flooring as he shoved it back to allow for his girth. He was casually dressed, wearing his usual tweed jacket and jeans. His jumper rode up as he sat down, exposing a generous midsection. One of the hazards of being 6'7", Ruby thought. The small box room was free from the distractions of the busy main desk, and at least it afforded them some privacy. All the same, she felt uncomfortable with his presence at her place of work, particularly when he was there to discuss Nathan Crosby. Her eyes were drawn to the slice of light under the door, blotted by the shadow on the other side. She frowned, glancing at Tweedy, and then nodding silently towards the bottom of the door. This was not a safe environment to discuss incriminating details. She was not the only one who looked uncomfortable. Tweedy rubbed his beard, a light sheen of sweat lacing his forehead. Ruby tried to keep her tone light, but inside her stomach was twisting as she tried to figure out the reasons behind his impromptu visit. Obviously, I can't discuss details of the case. She reeled off the textbook response, just in case anyone was listening. But the investigation's progressing at a decent pace. I expect we'll be making an arrest very soon. She leant forward, her voice barely audible. "Is Nathan okay?" she whispered, followed by a louder, "I trust everything is okay with you? Nothing to add since your last statement?" "No, all's good here," he said, stuffing his hands deep in the pockets of his tweed jacket. "I only wanted an update." "As soon as we've made an arrest, I'll inform you." Ruby glanced back at the door. Whoever was listening in was still out there. "I have to ask you," she said, shaking her head before he returned the response. "Have you heard from Nathan Crosby at all? We're very keen to eliminate him from our inquiries." A conspiratorial smile touched Tweedy's lips. "He's away on business. He has an alibi for that day, hasn't he?" "Oh yes, he has. As I said, it was just to go over a few minor things. We've a lot of inquiries to get through. I'd like to clear this up sooner rather than later." "For sure. From what I've heard, he'll be back in a couple of days. His property business has been manic. One of the district managers walked out. He's hiring a new guy and he's meant to be shit hot. But that's Nathan for you. You can't keep a good man down." He looked at his watch. "Anyway, I'd best shoot off. I don't want to keep you any longer." As he pushed back his chair, the shadowy figure hastily slid away, like a fleeting ghost just as dawn was about to break. Ruby wondered who had been listening in on their conversation. "Know of any good places to eat around here?" Tweedy said, laying his hand on the door handle. Ruby smiled. Like her, Tweedy had grown up in the East End. It may have changed in the past few years, with food chains replacing the restaurants that could not afford the increase in rent. But regardless of the change, he knew this place like the back of his hand. "Sure. Do you like Nando's?" she said, playing along. "Sounds good. Can you point me in the right direction?" "It's just around the corner. I'll show you out." Ruby scoped the reception area as she left. Apart from desk staff, sitting behind the glass counter, the once busy space was now empty. Taking a breath of evening air, they walked past the Eagle pub as they made their way down the street. Satisfied she was out of earshot, she glanced up at Tweedy as she spoke. Even in her heels, he towered over her. "Bloody hell, mate, what brought you to the Nick? You do know we had an audience in there, don't you?" Tweedy gave her a sheepish grin. "Sorry, Nathan wanted an update. He's itching to go home." Ruby frowned. If Nathan wanted an update, he could have called her on their private phone. "You gave me a fright. I thought something had happened to him." "God, no. He's fine. I'll be glad when things can get back to normal. He keeps beating me in Call of Duty." Ruby said, giving him the eye. She was still not convinced he was telling the truth. "Are you sure there's nothing else?" "I hear you're going after Dr. Tanner," Tweedy said, changing the subject. "I am. Why?" Ruby raised her voice against the steady stream of traffic and pedestrians. "I just wanted to say, well, to warn you, just be careful.
I meant to say it when you were down last, but you were gone before I realised, and Nathan probably didn't think to tell you.
Tell me what?
He was a nasty piece of work. I'm surprised he managed to stay out of trouble this long. I stayed out of that side of things because I don't have the stomach for it. But the doctor was very handy with a scalpel, if you know what I mean.
I know he was employed for more than bandaging up cuts and bruises, she said.
Yeah, there was that, he said grimly.
They were both referring to torture, the side of the business that Lenny employed to bring people around to his way of thinking.
Hannah was an evil bastard, cunning, liked to set people up. Sometimes he'd loosen people's bindings, then wait around the corner and slit their throats as they tried to escape. I just wanted to let you know what you're up against. Don't underestimate him. He was a slippery fucker, quick on his feet.
Hands in her trouser pockets, Ruby arched an eyebrow, giving Tweedy a look that said she could take care of herself.
I know you're capable, but he's a trap setter. Don't go bundling in or you'll get hurt.
He sighed, his words trailing away on the exhale.
I wouldn't want that on my conscience.
What do you mean, on your conscience? Ruby said, as small alarm bells began to activate in the back of her head. Tweedy's gaze swiveled up the street and back to Ruby.
What? Oh, nothing. Just that I'd blame myself if I hadn't warned you. Anyway, it's time I was off. See you around, yeah?
Sure. Thanks, mate. Take care. She returned to the station, lost in thought. Tweedy was her friend. She shouldn't doubt him. But someone had planted the evidence in Nathan's home, and someone knew more than they were letting on. As she approached the front counter, she was pleased to see the face of Bob, a member of staff she had known since her probationary days. His small, stout frame took up residence behind the glass, and with his balding head and greying beard, he reminded her of a garden gnome. She leant on the counter. She had to ask. Sorry, mate, but do you remember who was waiting to use the statement room while I was in there? I think someone else had it booked, but you know what I'm like. I just went straight in. Bob raised his bushy grey eyebrows.
Ah, I see. I did wonder why he was standing there. It was D.I. Downs. I told him the other room was free, but he said it was okay.
No worries, I'll speak to him now. Possibilities raced through her mind as she took the stairs to her floor. Why was D.I. Downs listening in? And how did he know Tweedy was there? Unless... She paused, chilled by the thought that greeted her. Unless Tweedy wasn't there to meet her. She made the presumption and ushered him into the room, but what if she was wrong? From the second they began talking, he seemed on edge. She had put it down to him being in a police station. But what if she had interrupted another meeting? One between Tweedy and her DI. Chapter 45. For the next couple of hours, Ruby threw herself into her work. She hated delegation, but for now, she was happy to relinquish the hundreds of lines of inquiries to the various officers who were experts, specialising in their field. D.I. Downs and DCI Warrow were coming into their own, working together as a strong team. They had a band of dedicated officers, and inquiries were being rushed through. But she could not stop the creeping sense of unease. Someone close to her was lying. She just had to work out who. Her priority was arresting the killer. As much as she wanted to clear Nathan's name, she was doing it for the victims first. That first night she had found Lisa Caldwell lying naked on the grass, hair splayed, lips slightly parted. She could not get her image out of her mind. And then there was Ellie, one of life's unfortunates, ending up cold and lifeless on a graveyard tomb. As for April, her unnatural red hair floating in the water, mingling with the blood of the cavity from which her tongue had been ruthlessly plucked. Ruby blinked tightly, the memories like wisps of smoke floating into the ether, but she needed them to drive her on to solve the case before he killed again. She busied herself with reading through the online inquiries to date, tutting as each one drew up a blank. It seemed as if Dr. Tanner was a ghost, everywhere at once, yet impossible to find. Officers had updated the result of their investigations in turn, and lines of inquiries flooded her computer screen. Tanner's flat had been empty for so long that the electricity supply had been switched off due to unpaid bills. The benefits he once claimed were no longer being drawn, and his debit card was found, unused, on his kitchen table by searching officers. A warrant for his arrest had been granted, and he was not someone who would slip through a crowd unseen. But still, there were no signs of his existence. The newspapers were less than understanding, only too keen to point the finger of blame. DCI Warrow had updated the system too, asking the question, what was he doing for food, heat, money? After researching his bank statements, officers revealed that Dr. Tanner had drawn out a large sum of cash right before this all began. The bank's CCTV corroborated this information, as he was seen making the withdrawal. Yet his passport was still in his flat, and apparently he did not drive. CCTV was being interrogated, but such vast areas took time to download and view. Time was a luxury they could ill afford. The next urgent line of inquiry was to safeguard the people on the list. The thought of Sharon being at her flat gave Ruby's stomach another excuse to churn. Sharon hated the police, and could just as easily pick up the phone and make an accusation against her. But would she hang her out to dry for trying to save her life? Tomorrow, she would continue the search for Mandy, one of the girls on Crosby's list. An ex-prostitute, she had dropped off the radar. A public appeal had been denied. Thanks to the press, the fact the murderer was targeting prostitutes was known to all. Ruby seethed as she had read them. The portrayal of the working girls as opposed to university student Lisa had left her stunned. Mandy would not appreciate her former life being splashed in the tabloids. Ruby could see the screaming headlines now. Former prostitute on serial killer list. And even if they used her first name in the appeal, how many Mandys were ex-prostitutes from the city centre? She thought about her last case, and the grim basement reserved for the victims. How many basements were there in central London? How many homes with bunkers since the war? Local hospitals had been checked, along with their spare rooms, mortuary and basements. Derelict buildings were next on the list. And then there were graveyards, sewers and more. Ruby took a deep breath as her emotions swelled. It felt as if she was staring out to sea as she sat in a tiny lifeboat, waiting for a tsunami to engulf her. She thought of Sharon waiting in her flat. What if she wasn't there? What if Lenny paid her another visit and found her guest lying in her bed? What on earth would she say to that? As the last of the lights in the office were extinguished, she knew she could not delay it any longer. She had to go home. Standing at the office door, Ruby glanced back at her desk, wondering if she would be there tomorrow, or up to her neck in disciplinary proceedings. She switched off her desk lamp, gathering up all her resolve to deal with what was waiting at home. Chapter 46. As Ruby approached the front door of her flat, she pressed her ear to the wood. People like Sharon were unpredictable, capable of turning on the one person who tried to help, because nobody had ever offered anything for free. She checked under the door for shadows. Such was her mistrust that it was becoming a habit. But all that seeped out was the orange glow of the lamp she had left turned on. She smiled to herself as she wondered if the music Sharon had left blaring on the TV had irritated her neighbours that day. Inconsiderate sods, she thought, pulling out her keys. It gave her a certain satisfaction to feed them a bit of their own medicine. Pushing open the door, she stood to one side before kicking off her heels and padding inside. Releasing her breath, she glanced around the room. "Sharon?" she called out, her disappointment growing as she realized she had gone. Shards of glass littered the linoleum floor, the remnants of the glass of milk she had poured her before she left. Ruby shook her head, slipping into a pair of old flats as she grabbed a dustpan and brush. Ruby sighed. She had kept her safe for a while, but there was nothing more she could do. Her heart sank as she stepped inside her bedroom, and she wished that for once she had thought things through. What if Sharon had found her firearm? What if... Her mind raced ahead, cursing her stupidity. How could she let herself get so emotionally involved in a case that she was taking potential victims into her own home? Yet, she knew that she would do it again if it meant saving a life. D.C. Ludgrove would be loyal. He would not dob her in, but he would never let her forget it either. Judging by the crumpled bed, it appeared that Sharon had tried to sleep. Ruby's nose twitched as she pulled back her duvet, drawn by a sour smell. Swearing under her breath, she recoiled at what greeted her, a pool of vomit that had seeped right through to the mattress beneath. So Sharon had tried to sleep, but her body had turned on her, driving her to seek out the drug she could not do without. "I shouldn't have given her the money," Ruby muttered under her breath. But she knew if she didn't, Sharon would be spending another night on the street. Throwing back the duvet, she headed for the living room, unable to face cleaning up the mess after a full night on shift. Plucking her mobile from her bag, she read the text on her screen. Had to bail. Needed a fix. Sorry about the bed. Kiss, Sharon. Ruby sighed as a wave of tiredness swept over her, the emotional and physical demands of the case making themselves known. She would have to throw out her mattress, or at least bleach it within an inch of its life. Either way, she wasn't sleeping on it tonight. She stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the battered sofa that had come with the flat. There was no way she was sleeping on that. She could not go to the flat Nathan had bought her, in case he was there. The last thing she wanted to do was to alert police to his hiding place a second time. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Whatcha?" Downs said, answering the phone after just one ring. "I was wondering," Ruby said, pinching the bridge of her nose between finger and thumb, "if you have a spare bed for the night. My flat's been broken into." The cover story was necessary, in case Sharon did a U-turn and made a false allegation that she had been dragged there against her will. "Are you okay?" Downs said. She pulled open the fridge and looked inside. "I'm fine, but someone's eaten all my food and puked in my bed." "Merciful hour! A proper modern-day Goldilocks, aren't you? Have you called it in?" It would have sounded comical, were it not such a desperate situation. "Nah, I'm pretty sure it's some kids on the block. I gave them a telling off for smoking weed the other day. It's my fault for not locking it properly." "Yeah, but all the same." "Calling it in will make things difficult," Ruby interrupted. "Nothing's been taken." Silence fell as Downs absorbed her words. "Sure, come on over. Have you eaten? I was just going to order a takeaway. My treat." "That'd be lovely, thanks." It was just as well, considering Ruby had given the last of her cash to Sharon. All that was left in her fridge were some tomatoes and a half-pint of milk. As well as taking her money, the cheeky cow had taken her groceries too. "Don't delay," Downs said. "I'll order it now, so come straight round." Ruby knew that Downes would be glad of the company, although she hoped he would not see it for more than it was. All she wanted was to sleep, and she rolled her most unattractive pyjamas into her bag. As much as it pained her, she quickly grabbed some bin bags and shoved her bedding inside. The least she could do was leave them out for the bin man. The flat smelt bad enough without coming back to that. There was one more thing left to do before she could leave. It took less than a minute to check her secret hiding place beneath the floorboards in the corner of her room. She exhaled with relief as she found her secret stash still in place. Sharon would have had to be a mind reader to find it. All the same, she had been stupid leaving her alone in her flat. The only good thing about it was there was nothing of value to steal. She pushed back the spare floorboard until it clicked into place. Rolling back the frayed red carpet, she inhaled the dusky smell of old cigarettes and dirt-trodden shoes. She sat back on her knees, pushing her hair back from her face, as she wondered what had brought her to stay in such a God-forsaken place. But there was no time to feel sorry for herself now. She approached the front door, flinging it open until the inside handle dented the plasterboard on the other side. Gathering up all her strength, she kicked at the panel, just enough to make it appear that a break-in had taken place. Satisfied her story appeared plausible, she picked up her things and left. Chapter 47. By 11 o'clock, Downes's finest malt had worked its magic, making all the stress of the past week just float away. She had not meant to drink, but one glass led to two, and they were both mellowed, enjoying each other's company and the fact they were not sitting at home, alone. In the background, soft jazz played, a testament to Downes's eclectic taste in music. "I've missed this," Downes said, stretching lazily on the sofa. He rested his sock-covered feet on Ruby's lap in the way that only close friends could. In jeans and a t-shirt, he appeared a younger version of the man who rushed around the office, muttering under his breath. "Is it safe to say we're back on an even keel?" The ice cubes clinked in her tumbler, as Ruby swirled the honeyed liquid. "I'd like to be," she said, her eyes still fixed on her glass. "But how can I trust you if you're waiting to trip me up?" She sighed as she took in his puzzled expression. "I know you were earwigging on my meeting with Tweedy Steve." "Jesus, Ruby, have you got eyes in the back of your head?" He threw her a roguish smile, his expression turning serious as he caught the uncertainty in her eyes. "Everything I do is out of concern for you. I go to sleep and all I can see is your face. I can't—" "Can't what?" Ruby said, the last shred of annoyance dissipating. Downes shook his head. "I'm an old man. I shouldn't be getting myself tangled up with the likes of you. I just think it's time you sorted yourself out and ploughed your energy into your job." "But that's not up to you, is it?" Ruby said. "I decide what's right for me." Silence fell between them, and her tone softened. "But you're right. It's time I figured out what to do." "Nah. You can't ever leave the job. It's in your blood. And as much as you throw a blind eye to the Crosbys' shady dealings, I know it sickens you inside. These are the very people we're fighting the war against." Jack leant forward and, picking up the decanter, topped up their drinks. "Maybe you're right. You'll have to make a decision. I just hope for your sake that it's the right one. That team of yours would walk over broken glass if you asked them to. Can you say the same about the Crosbys?" They fell into silence, their thoughts heavy. Ruby sank back a mouthful of her drink. "Do you really think Nathan's responsible for those girls' deaths?" Downes shrugged. "I've been working long enough in this job to be able to look at it dispassionately. You've got the biggest heart, and if it was me in trouble, you're the first person I'd want in my corner." "But," Ruby said,
Sometimes you need to step back and focus purely on the evidence. Nathan's no stranger to violence, and I'm worried that all this fairy tale stuff is diverting you from what's really going on. But the doctor, Ruby said, too tired to be annoyed. The doctor worked for them in the past, and he's doing so now, Downs said. Can't you see? They placed the evidence under Nathan's bed to distance themselves from his crimes. It's very clever when you look at it, but a ploy nonetheless. I'm not going to argue. I just feel so guilty sitting here in comfort while there's a murderer on the loose. She swallowed, the remnants of her drink feeling bitter in her mouth. Downs clamped a hand on her knee and briefly gave it a little shake. Don't you worry. We'll get Tana in. Worrell will have my balls as earrings if we don't. Ruby chuckled. Despite their disagreements, it was great to be back on good terms again. The minutes ticked by. Downs hummed to some incomprehensible jazz tune Ruby had never heard of. How are you? Everything all right? She asked, trying to play down her concerns. Jack was a proud man. He did not accept help easily, despite the fact he spent half his life dictating to her. Jack's humming stilled. You saw, didn't you? The stuff belonging to the missus. You saw it when you were snooping around upstairs. The words were said with a strained smile. I wasn't snooping. Ruby took another sip of whiskey. I was looking for some painkillers in the bathroom cabinet when I came across her stuff. And then when I came out of the hall, your bedroom door was open and you thought you'd take a little peek inside to see what I was hiding. Did you think I had another woman or something? Ruby shook her head, apparently too quickly for Downs's liking, given his frown. Because you didn't think an old fellow like me would be able to pull again? Because I thought you were too much in love with your wife to let her go, Ruby said sadly. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. Not many people experience such commitment in their lives. But you're about to tell me that it's time to move on? No, if having your wife's things in the house gives you comfort, then where's the harm? It's been over a year, he sighed, his eyes taking in the ornaments that were obviously chosen by her. The collection of crystals, the matching ballerinas, the floral curtains with matching pelmet that went out of fashion years ago. I had the electrician round the other day. People just presume she's still alive. Ruby cupped the back of his hand. Well, they will do, won't they? I tried. Bagged up all her stuff for charity and put it in the hall. Every day I told myself that I was too busy to donate it. But when I went to bed at night, the room just felt so bare. The only thing that could get me to sleep would be a few drinks. And a few drinks turned into a bottle a day? Ruby asked. Yeah. I became so dependent that I couldn't get through work without it. And, well, you know the rest. Ruby remembered how his drinking habits had worried her. The smell of whiskey on his breath, the flash of the silver hip flask, and the packet of mints he'd consumed during the day. Then there were his bad tempers and crumpled clothes. It had taken a lot of willpower for him to detox and find his way back. So one day you had a dig at me for drinking at work. Something just clicked. I came home and threw out all my booze, unpacked Debbie's stuff and put it all back. But you're okay to drink now, Ruby said, feeling guilty for coming round. I'm not an alcoholic, but I was heading towards it. So, I've made a pact. I only drink in company. Ruby shrugged. I guess it's better than being permanently pissed. Downs returned her smile. I'm not going to risk my pension so close to retirement. I'll leave all the risky stuff to you. Why, Jack Downs, I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Ruby said, her eyes twinkling as she spoke. I think you keep me young, he said. I wake up in the morning and I think, What's she gonna get up to today? Ruby laughed. It was the first time that Downs had ever acknowledged her rule-breaking as anything positive. Spice of life, she said, wondering if he'd still be laughing if he heard about what she'd got up to with Sharon. He shifted position and cozied up beside her, taking the empty glass from her hand. His skin was warm and comforting to the touch. Ruby's heart jolted in her chest. She knew what was coming next. We don't have to part ways here, you know, he murmured. There's a spare bed all made up, but if you prefer. Ruby knew what he meant, but when work wasn't occupying her thoughts, her head was consumed with Nathan. Lately, she had renewed hope that they could get back together, and Nathan might be able to play it straight. She was not going to do anything to jeopardize that. She straightened her posture. Downs was good for her, and she would have enjoyed a night of comfort in his arms. Strong and rugged, he was just the medicine to finish a bad day. But it wouldn't have felt right, not anymore. Thanks, but I'm shattered, she said, truthfully, rising from the sofa. If you want, I can come back after work and help you pack away Debbie's things. It was the best she could come up with, extending her friendship when she had nothing left to give. Jack nodded. Sure, that'd be grand. You can help me sort what's of use and what's not. Here's to new beginnings, she said, taking her glass and raising it one last time. New beginnings, Downs said. Chapter 48. A half-drunk mug of tea, a tortoise-shaped paperweight, and a box of staples. Each item held down the piles of paperwork, which flapped under the gust of icy wind blasting in through Ruby's office window. She wriggled her toes as she released them from the confines of her heels, enjoying the sensation of cool air on her skin. What she really needed was to go for a run, to push herself to the limit until her lungs burned, forcing her thoughts to become clear. But now, as she stared at the information on her computer screen, she wondered how she was going to talk her way out of this one. Are you ailing for something? It's like the Antarctic in here, Downs said, making her jump. I just needed some air to clear my head. She reached over and pulled the window shut, silencing the flapping paper and returning her office to normality. Or at least as normal as it could be, given what she had just discovered. You might want to take a look at this. Ruby pointed to the latest witness statement that had been uploaded to the system. It turns out that Frances Crosby agrees with my theory. She's provided us with a list of regular clients, sanitized to some degree, who use their services. Downs peered over her shoulder, squinting, as he scanned the list of names. Some of these are well known. Is this document restricted? Yep. Visible only to you, me, and DCI Warrow. She allowed the words to sink in as Downs scanned the list. She could feel his breath on her hair, and worry crawled over her like an errant spider as she waited for a reaction. Ashley Baker, he said, finally. Have you checked the phone number? The list comprised names and phone numbers, with little else. But that was all that was needed to link DC Ash Baker with the victims to date. Yeah, and it matches the one on his file. It'll take DCI Warrow all of 2 minutes to cross-reference it when she twigs. The only good thing is that the troops on the ground won't know. Her team were working to breaking point. Something like this was bound to affect morale. She cursed Ash's stupidity, and cursed herself for not picking up on his depression sooner. Downs exhaled sharply. Fuck! A knock on the door brought Ruby back to her senses, and she minimized the computer program, trying not to look as if she had stumbled across some terrible secret. Yes, she said, shoving her bare feet back into her shoes. It was Ash, the last person she wanted to see,
given what they had been discussing just seconds earlier. She prayed that Downes would not say anything, not yet. Ruby imagined Francis Crosby gloating over the ripple effect that her statement would have caused. She had hinted often enough how they had infiltrated the police, and now the evidence was seared on the back of Ruby's eyelids. Ash's name and phone number in black and white. Was Ash Baker the prostitute killer? The question flashed up before her, taking her by surprise. Her thoughts sometimes did that. It was the side of her personality that wasn't afraid to ask the question, the side that trusted nobody, not even her own colleagues. "All right," Ash said, a concerned tone touching his voice. His eyes flickered to the computer monitor and back to Ruby. He must have known they were talking about him when he walked in. "Fine, sorry," she said, sweeping back an errant lock of hair from her eyes. "I was miles away. What is it?" "I was just asking if either of you wanted a cup of tea. Luddy's on the phone to the CPS, and I offered to get her round in." A tray of teas and coffees always preluded a call with the Crown Prosecution Service. Such consultations could take an hour or more to get through. The team's cases didn't just begin and end with the one they were working on. There was a never-ending backlog that demanded their attention too. There was never such a thing as a clear desk in the police, and an empty email inbox was unheard of. As Ruby declined his offer, she dismissed the thought that had taken her by surprise. Of course Ash had nothing to do with the murders. She had her suspect. Now all she had to do was to find him. But a hint of doubt still lingered. She had been wrong once. Could she be wrong again? "Is everything okay?" Ash asked, pausing in the doorway. Ruby glanced at Downes, whose mouth was set in a thin, hard line. "Yeah," Ruby said, forcing a smile. "Just a discrepancy with the overtime figures. It's sorted out now." Ash chortled. "Good, because I'm skint." "Skint? You should be loaded, all the overtime you've been doing." "What are you doing with it all?" Downes said. Ruby stiffened. She knew it was a dig. This needed to be handled properly. The last thing she wanted was a showdown between them. But if Ash noticed the challenge in Downes's voice, he did not acknowledge it. "Goes like sand through your fingers when you have kids." His words trailed away as he closed the door behind him. "That was close," Ruby said, plopping down in her chair. "Best not to say anything until we've worked out what to do with it." Downes exhaled loudly, and Ruby could see that the burden of information lay heavy on his shoulders. He had known Ash a lot longer than her, and seemed shocked by what he knew. He could lose his job over this, his pension, everything. "You don't need to tell me about dodgy acquaintances," Ruby said. "I do my best to keep out of trouble, but sometimes water and oil mix." Downes said. "They do." "You don't think Ash knows anything about the murders, do you?" Ruby said, finally spitting out the words bouncing around in her brain. "No, that's not him." Ruby folded her arms as she spun around in her chair to face him. "That's exactly what I've been saying about Nathan. Funny, isn't it? How you can change your perspective when it comes to someone you know." But their camaraderie was short-lived, as both Ruby's desk phone and Downes's mobile rang in tandem. She grabbed the handset, keeping one eye on Downes. Her heart sank as she received the information from Control. There was another murder, and it was the last person she expected. Chapter 49. "I know this place. I brought the missus here once," DC Ash Baker said, manoeuvring the unmarked police car through the streets of London. "The manager looks like Boise out of Only Fools and Horses." Ruby mumbled a reply, wishing it was Downes at her side instead of Ash. A major incident had come in, a double stabbing at the council offices, which warranted his attendance. But it had nothing to do with Ruby's investigation, and he had instructed Ash to attend with her instead. It made sense. Given the killer's theatrics, he appeared to be enjoying the attention, and 2 sets of eyes on the scene were better than 1, in case he returned to watch. "This isn't right," Ruby said, as Ash killed the engine of the car. "Sharon was meant to be next on the list. Sharon Connors, then Mandy Prentice. Who's this Nikki, and why don't we know about her?" Nikki Ellis was the name given by the witness, who stated they knew the victim from school. At the mention of being found in fancy dress, the call taker had placed a tag on the incident and alerted her. Ruby turned to Ash, as he wrapped his fingers around the door handle. She was better off asking him this now, in the privacy of the car. "Did you know her, Nikki? Was she a working girl?" The cheerful expression Ash had been wearing slowly slid away. Ruby knew that the incessant chatter and jokey banter was a cover-up for the turmoil inside. "No, I didn't know of any Nikki." He released the door handle, looking her earnestly in the face. "The DI knows, doesn't he? I could tell by the look on his face." Ruby nodded. "We've got a witness statement which provides a list of Ellie and April's regulars when they worked for the Crosby's escort agency. Your name is one of them. Your phone number matches the one on the personnel system." Ash's mouth dropped open as all colour left his face. "Does Warrow?" A thin sheen of sweat coated his forehead, and he swallowed hard. "Does she know?" "Take a deep breath, mate. We'll get this sorted," Ruby said. But when Ash didn't respond, she leaned forward, touching him on the arm. "You don't look too good. Do you want me to call a doctor?" Loosening his tie, Ash looked like a heart attack candidate as he tried to catch his breath. "Nah, I'm okay," he said. "It was just a shock. I thought I'd have a bit more time." Time for what? Ruby wondered. Surely he knew this would come out in the investigation. "It's on the system as restricted. The only people who know are me and Downs. DCI Warrow will too, at some point. I'm sorry. The DI said he'd back you, but he's pissed off because you didn't confide in him first." "I was embarrassed," Ash said, "and I thought it would be sorted by now." "What do you mean, sorted?" Ruby said, her attention drawn to her airwave radio as Control demanded an update. Using her call sign, she updated their presence on the scene. She needed to bottom this out with Ash, but he was already slamming the door behind him as he got out of the car. Ruby shook her head. She had a bad feeling about this, and her sense of foreboding was growing by the minute. The Robin Hood was a gastropub, which served traditional British food. Popular with the recent influx of Shoreditch hipsters, it was located on Paul Street, just off the main drag. The split-level setting was arranged so that the downstairs area accommodated drinkers, while a climb up a spiral staircase brought them to the restaurant. Such information was conveyed to Ruby by Ash in the car park at the rear of the building. He was back in chatty mode, apparently willing to talk about anything, as long as it was not about him. "I've always meant to try this place," Ruby said, as Ash paused for breath. "Doubt I will be now, though. There's nothing more off-putting than going to a crime scene on a night out." As she ducked beneath the police tape, she was approached by a grumpy-looking man from the pavement, tall, thin, and sporting a mustache, just like the character Ash had described. He glared down his nose at them, the ends of his dark eyebrows raised in 2 sharp points. "They told me you're the person in charge. When am I going to be allowed back into my business?" He emphasized my, as if the police were an inconvenience, daring to waste his precious time. Ruby gave him a stern stare, chalking up another reason why she would not be dining in his establishment. It's a murder investigation. You'll be notified in due course. Turning on her heel, she accepted the overshoes and suit as doled out by the bored-looking officer on the scene. While the front of the building belied a tasteful modern design, the same could not be said for the rear. Disused freezers lay in the backyard, which was cluttered with torn-up boxes, overstuffed bins, and a smoking area littered with overflowing ashtrays. The private quarters of the Robin Hood were hidden away from the public, and left a lot to be desired. She picked her way through until she reached the back door, which led to the kitchen. "No D.I. Downs today?" Katie, the crime scene officer, said as Ruby stepped in. "'Fraid not," Ruby said. "He's been called away." She consoled herself that at least she would not have to listen to Katie dropping hints about what pubs she frequented in the hope of being asked out for a drink. With a 20-year age gap between them, Ruby wondered why a girl as pretty as the fair-haired Katie didn't date men nearer her own age. Katie's voice trailed behind her as she directed Ruby and Ash to the walk-in freezer at the back. "We've not started yet," she said. "Uniform attended in the first instance. The caller thought it was someone who'd broken into the pub and got themselves locked in. Point of entry was through a downstairs window, using a crowbar to force it open. There was no alarm." The pub had not invested in double-glazed windows, and the old wooden frames would have held little resistance. Ruby paused at the open fridge door, chilled by the drop in temperature. But just like Jack Downs, Ash was impatient, pushing past her to inspect the body in situ. "He's around the corner, behind those shelves. He was only a young lad," Katie said. "Such a shame." "He?" Ruby asked. "I thought it was a girl. Nicky." "Nicky as in Nick," Katie corrected. The controller must have got it wrong. Ruby touched the freezer door with a gloved hand, inspecting the other side. The scratch marks ran deep, his desperate attempts to escape engraved in blood. Slowly, she inspected the scene, tracing the footsteps of the person who discovered him in the frosted floor. It was unusual for crime scene investigators to turn up first, but senior officers were thin on the ground. Ruby turned a corner to see Ash standing over the figure of a young man huddled on the cold tiles. She paused to take a breath, gather her strength. Downs's words still rang in her ears, but no matter how hard she tried, she struggled to view this scene dispassionately. The best she could do was to allow her police training to kick in and wait for the nightmares to come later. It was grim viewing to see a man so young die in such horrific circumstances. She'd had her fill of such scenes, and the sinking feeling never went away. The finger of blame made itself known, feeling as real as if it had physically poked her in the chest. She was meant to be a defender from the evil that roamed her streets, but lately, no matter what she did, it never seemed good enough. She knelt beside the body, her eyes roaming over him in search of clues. The green tights and feathered cap would have given him little protection from the sub-zero temperatures that claimed his life. Like a waxwork dummy, his face was absent of colour and buried in between his knees. His arms wrapped tightly around his legs, clinging to his own body for a comfort that would not come. A scene played out before her, the young man begging, pleading, scratching at the door for release when, finally, exposure had taken a hold, along with the realization he was going to die in this place, all alone. Had he been unconscious when he came here? Someone had dressed him, surely. The tunic he was wearing seemed cheap compared to the other outfits, and the delivery hurried. A rush of anger rose up inside her as she caught sight of his blood-stained fingers and torn nails. Ruby knew from the previous post-mortems that Ellie and April had been drugged. Had the killer left Nick here, drugging him just enough to ensure he awoke after he had gone? She shivered as the cold bit through the thin layer of her blazer. "What do you think he was doing with those?" Ruby said, rising as she peered at a split bag of chips on the floor.
"Trying to keep warm, maybe?"
Ash shrugged, checking his phone. "With frozen spuds, they wouldn't provide much comfort." She sighed, her breath casting a frosted cloud. "But I get why he's here. He's Peter Pan, the boy who never grew up."
"Frozen in time, I get it,"
Ash said, the words bringing a chilling reminder of a previous case. Ruby shuddered. "Come on, let's leave them to it. The sooner we're through, the sooner they can get that poor kid out of here." She knew it sounded silly, talking as if he was still alive, but she had always held a quiet respect for the deceased. As they walked to the car, Ruby updated D.I. Downs, relaying her belief that Nick's death was connected with the case. But the update worked both ways, and she was shocked to discover what her team had unearthed so far. As she ended her call, she kicked the car tire, expelling her frustration. Nicky Ellis, their Peter Pan victim, had been identified as a rent boy who worked the local area. Just like the others, he was an ex-employee of the Crosby Escort Service. It was information that had come too late. Muttering as she paced, Ruby gave the tire another kick, attracting glances from passers-by.
"Are you all right, Sarge?"
It was Ash's turn to ask her. "No, I'm not all right," she said, unable to suppress the anger consuming her. "I should have asked Francis Crosby if they had any men on their books, but I didn't."
"You weren't to know. We can only go on the information we're given. Isn't that what you always tell me?"
But the words were of little comfort to Ruby, who could feel a lump rising in her throat. "It's not just that. We've got his address. The kid lived in the same tower block as me. I probably passed him on the stairs." She inhaled a shuddering breath as she fought back the tears that threatened to engulf her. Ash fell into silence, his inability to handle her emotions a testament to his inadequacy when dealing with the fairer sex. Wrenching open the door of the car, he got in without saying another word. Ruby took the passenger seat, imagining Ash ignoring his wife when she was emotional and upset. People reacted to stress in different ways. Failing to acknowledge it seemed to be Ash's. But she couldn't worry about him now. She had more important thoughts on her mind. The killer's efforts were becoming harried. He was flying through the motions, hurtling towards the endgame with speed. "He's nearing the end," Ruby said. "It's why he's rushing. He knows we're onto him."
"My thoughts exactly,"
Ash said, his gaze firmly on the road ahead.
"It's why I'd like to take a detour. There's an address I need to check out. You game?"
Ruby glanced at Ash. His fists were curled over the steering wheel, his face filled with determination. The feeling of unease returned, and her sixth sense told her there was more going on here than he had been willing to let on. Whatever it was, now seemed the time to face it. "Lead the way," she said, buckling her seatbelt into place. Chapter 50.
"Shazza, babe, are you going out or what?"
Billy Hodges craned his neck from the program he was watching on TV. He had been sitting there for 6 hours straight, rising only to use the toilet and boil the kettle to make a pot noodle. His hand nestled on his groin underneath the tracksuit bottoms given to him during his last stay in custody.
"You knob,"
Sharon said, checking her hair for split ends.
"How can you ask me that when my mates are dead?"
"What? You wasn't that friendly with them?" Sharon's hair fell from her fingers, and she stretched from her chair to kick his outstretched feet.
"That's hardly the point. You heard that copper, I'm next."
Please, babe, I'm climbing the walls here.
A burst of laughter emanated from the television in the corner, maniacal in its deliverance. Sharon sank back into the chair. Well, why don't you get off your lazy arse and earn some money, instead of sponging off me all the time?
It's not that easy for me. Who's going to give me a job? Please, babe. Just one more job to take the edge off.
His voice had taken on a whiny tone, like fingernails scraping on a blackboard. Raising her knees up to her chest, Sharon hugged them in an attempt to get warm. But the chill was not coming from her flat. It was from within, a warning of what was to come. She licked her lips, now dry and cracked from standing on street corners in the bitter chill. She glared at her boyfriend, a constant source of annoyance.
You said you'd sort something out today. Ask that Danny Harris for work. But all you've done is sit on your arse. I told you what that copper said to me. You're the one that should be locked up, trying to send me out there when I'm next on the list.
Yeah, well, she was taking a liberty, bringing you back to her flat. You should have reported her for that.
God, I wish I didn't tell you now.
Sharon pulled her baggy sweatshirt sleeves between finger and thumb.
She was only trying to help. I saw their faces. Those girls he killed. They looked like...
Billy clicked his fingers.
I know. Why don't you hit that copper up for some more money? Tell her you'll report her for harassment if she doesn't pay up.
Sharon pulled the cushion from behind her back and launched it in her boyfriend's direction.
I'm not scrounging from the only person that's ever given a damn. Besides, she ain't got none. You should see the state of her place. It's worse than ours.
Looking around the bare flat, Sharon knew it wasn't far off the truth. She tried to keep it clean with the little money they had. It wasn't as if there was much to polish. Billy had sold off anything of value, even the Wade Betty Boop ornaments her mother gave her before she died. Billy writhed in his chair, wrapping his arms around his stomach to ward off the pain.
Please, babe, I'm dying here. Just one more go.
He glanced over, watching Sharon gnaw on what was left of her fingernails.
You're clucking yourself. We'll sort ourselves out tonight and go to the clinic in the morning, I swear down.
Sharon stared at the television as another burst of laughter ensued. There was something morose about their happiness. But Billy was right. She felt like she was festering inside. It was nothing compared to how she would feel later on if she didn't get another fix.
Maybe you're right. Just a bit of brown to take the edge off, so we can get some sleep.
Billy leant forward, his face hopeful.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to go off with some psycho. Just one of your regulars.
Sharon rolled her eyes.
If I still had regulars, I wouldn't be walking the streets now, would I?
But Billy wasn't willing to give up yet.
Come on, you must know of someone. Offer him a discount or give him a bit extra. A gorgeous girl like you, they won't be able to say no.
As Sharon smoothed her limp hair, she knew her days of being gorgeous were behind her. She sighed. A restful night was what was needed, and tomorrow they could start with a fresh slate.
There might be someone,
she said, bringing up the contacts list on her phone.
But this is the last time.
Tomorrow, she would go to the clinic and get help, with or without her boyfriend. Chapter 51. The Queen Elizabeth, Ruby said, staring up at the looming derelict building. Like many properties in Hackney, it had been earmarked for redevelopment and was currently stalled at the planning application stage.
Surrounded by panels of high wire fencing, it was clearly marked with no trespassing signs. The hospital was one of the first properties Ruby had recommended for a visit by uniformed patrol. "This area's already been checked," she said. She'd read the report herself. Having tracked down the caretaker, uniformed officers had gained entry, declaring the building devoid of life. "I'd like to have another look around," DC Ashbaker said, pulling up the handbrake as the car came to a halt on Hackney Road. "It won't take me a minute, if you want to wait in the car." The words had barely left his lips before Ruby interrupted him. "Ash, I know you, and most of the time it's an effort to get you to get out of your chair to briefing, so I'm not buying that you've suddenly decided to walk around a derelict building on your own." "Like I said, He sighed, wilting under the pressure of Ruby's stare. "I might have had a tip-off." "As in a tip-off to the killer's whereabouts? Why didn't you say?" "It's going to sound daft. That's why I didn't call it in." "I'll be the judge of that. Where did you get your information?" "From a dead man," Ash said, giving her a furtive glance. "Nicky Ellis, to be exact, with the help of a bag of frozen chips." "You've lost me," Ruby said, wondering if Ash had finally lost the plot. "He left a message written out on the floor. He must have done it when he realized he wasn't going to make it. I guess it was his way of telling us where he'd been." Ruby arched both eyebrows. "With the help of a bag of chips?" A black cab rumbled past, ordinary people going about their business, on this, the strangest of days. Ash gave a hollow laugh. "As unlikely as it seems. I found the words Queen Liz spelt out on the floor." "This is all very Sherlock Holmes," Ruby said. "Are you sure?" Ash nodded. "I messed them up when I leant over to look at the body. Sorry. I didn't mean to, but I figured I was in enough trouble and I'd check it out myself." "Queen Liz might not refer to the hospital. It could mean anything." Ruby tried to contain her annoyance. He was right. It was too far-fetched, and she wasn't buying his explanation. Besides, if he had stumbled across the doctor's lair, then why did he want to keep it to himself? Regardless of her reservations, she wasn't leaving without checking it out. "Right. Well, we can't take any chances. Wait here until I call it in. You're not to go in there without backup. Look at you," she said, casting an eye over his expansive belly. "You haven't even got a stab vest on." "I won't need it," Ash said quietly. But there was something about his demeanor that gave Ruby cause for concern. "Are you all right?" Her words were interrupted as Ash slammed on the brakes. "Oops, sorry," he said, pulling up at the pedestrian traffic lights as a woman with a pram walked across. Ruby watched him as he leant towards the car window, his eyes darting from left to right as he stared at the windows of the upper floors overhead. Ruby followed his gaze to the hospital building looming over them. The tree-lined street that harboured it was bustling with activity. Was it possible that such abhorrent acts were taking place right under people's noses? Ruby stiffened as she caught his gaze, her heart picking up a beat. "Seen something?" "What? No, nothing. There's probably nobody there," he said, releasing his foot from the clutch as the lights turned green. Ruby took note of the name of the road as Ash turned into Coate Street. They parked down the quiet road, which gave access to the rear of the hospital building. Her attention to street names was a valuable lesson ingrained early in her career. You never knew when backup was urgently needed, and in those days they were not afforded the luxury of GPS. "Tell you what," Ash said, pulling up the handbrake. "Why don't you call it in, and I'll have a look around. Make sure nobody comes out the back doors." Ruby threw him a mistrusting look, wishing she could read his mind. "Only if you promise not to go inside. If you see anyone, just make a note of their direction of travel. I mean it, Ash. I don't want you taking stupid risks." "Of course not," Ash said, delivering another forced chuckle. "Look at me. I couldn't squeeze through that fence if I tried. I'm just going to check the perimeter, that's all." Giving her one last smile, he got out of the car, hands deep in pockets, as he walked briskly past the panelled fencing. But Ruby had barely called for backup when she realized Ash was out of sight. She peered into the distance, cursing herself for leaving her glasses at work. Had he deliberately disobeyed her orders and gone inside? Stretching over, she pulled the keys from the ignition before getting out and locking the car behind her. "Ash," she called in a raspy whisper, following his direction of travel. She bit her bottom lip as a crash of glass shattered the silence. Surely not. To go in unarmed to confront such a dangerous killer would be suicide. Unless... Raising her radio, she pressed his number to reach him directly on a point-to-point call. No answer. She prodded the mainstream channel and spoke to control. "Can I request those units on the hurry-up? I'm unable to locate DC Ash Baker by point-to-point. He may have entered the building against my wishes. I'm going in to locate him. Over." There was no time to waste. Patting her shoulder harness beneath her jacket, she checked her gas, handcuffs and baton were in place. She would have offered to loan it to Ash, but such a thing would have been an invitation to investigate. That was the last thing she'd wanted him to do. Ash was overweight, unfit, and suffering from depression. What the hell was he thinking going in there alone? "Shit!" she exclaimed, when she came to a gap in the fencing big enough for Ash to squeeze through. She listened for guard dogs, which were sometimes posted in potential building sites, but all that was returned was an icy breeze and a strong sense of dread. Stepping through the fencing, she made her way through the uneven path. Ash was nowhere to be seen. "Ash," Ruby whispered. "Where are you?" Grasping her police-issue ASP, she gave it a firm flick, extending it to full length. It always came down to a choice, her baton or her CS incapacitance spray. But the weight of her baton felt comforting in her grip. Raising it over her shoulder, she peered through the broken glass of the back window. There was no time to waste. She had to go inside. Chapter 52. Holding her breath, Ruby entered the long, dank corridor. Having stood empty since its closure 20 years before, the building carried an eerie sense of desolation. She masked her face with the back of her left hand as the smell of rat urine clawed, thick and heavy, on her senses. In the distance, a scratching noise ensued. Darkness closed in as she entered the bowels of the building. Was Ash creeping down the corridors too? Was the doctor more to the point? Ruby thought about the post-mortem and the rat droppings attached to the victim's hair. To end up in a place like this with only the rats for company. But it had been searched. She had read the report with her own eyes. She gathered her thoughts as she tried to formulate a plan. Calling out to Ash would only serve to bring attention to her whereabouts. But the building was a literal rat run, a maze of decaying rooms, rotting stairwells, and floor upon floor of hollowed spaces. She would never find him in here, but she could not sit in the car and wait for backup. She was Ash's sergeant, and wholly responsible for his welfare. She strained to listen for signs of life, and was rewarded with the patter of tiny claws from the floor above. There was more than a nest of rats in this building, there was a commune, and that was exactly where she needed to go. Then she heard it, the echoing tap-tap of leather shoes as they took the stairs. It was Ash, it had to be. Turning right, she followed the sound until she came to a stairwell. Her breath caught in her throat as she heard a voice in the distance. "No, please, let me go! Please, no, no, no!" Hair stood sentry on Ruby's neck as the young woman's cries for mercy went unanswered. "Ash," Ruby said, trying the radio once more. She dialed his number directly. He was much more likely to answer a private point-to-point than talk on the busy main channel. His voice was sharp and to the point. "Sarge, I'm fine. Just wait outside for backup. Over." The woman's cries were silenced, briefly, until continuing for the second time. "No, please, let me go. Please, no, no, no." Ruby frowned. There was something off-kilter about this. Her instincts screamed at her to stay put. "I'm coming up the first set of stairs. We need to regroup. Don't go rushing in there. Over." "I know what I'm doing," Ash said. "Back off. Over and out." The woman's cries paused for seconds before beginning again. Ruby's heart thundered in her chest as she realized what was going on. "Ash," she said before he cut her off. "It's a trap, the screaming, it's on a loop." "I'm sorry, I've got to do this," he said, before disconnecting the call. Swearing under her breath, Ruby fiddled with her radio as she tried again, but Ash had switched his off. She clipped it to her belt before resuming the defense stance and galloping up the stairs. Her muscles tensed. She peered through the gloom as shadows danced on the walls. If someone tried jumping out on her now, it would be a decision they would come to regret. She followed the cries, pausing as she passed the array of open doors. A black rat scuttled past, followed by one more, then another and another, skimming her shoes as they squeaked in annoyance at the disruption. Was this why the previous officers had denoted the building all clear? Because they had been put off by the army of rats? Ruby's fingers tightened around her baton. She was used to rodents in the alleyways where she grew up, but she was no fan. She felt the cold release of adrenaline preparing her for what lay ahead. In the distance, a scuffling noise ensued. Footsteps? Had Ash caught up with the doctor? A choking, gurgling sound echoed in the corridors. That was no recording, that was real. Sprinting towards it, Ruby tried to ignore the possibility that she was heading straight into a trap. Where the hell was backup? Rats streamed from every direction, plump and slick as they scuttled past. The stench was overpowering, but she powered forward through the decay and the desolation, aware of the distant sounds of sirens. Nothing could stop her now, because her eyes were set on the open doorway where, cloaked by a layer of rats, a body lay motionless on the floor. Chapter 53. The polished wooden stairwell in her new Dalston flat was a complete contrast to the sticky metal railing in her old tower block. Inhaling the light scent of cinnamon and vanilla diffusers, Ruby enjoyed the calming silence. Used to loud music and people arguing, the only sound here was the quiet whir of the lift. She had come to her sanctuary because she could not bear to go back to her flat. After what she had been through, the grey, depressing tower block was the last place on earth she needed to be. More than anything, she needed Nathan, but if she could not have him, she would find comfort in the rooms he had furnished, soak in the bath he had chosen, and change into the pajamas he had bought for her. As her feet tapped up each step of the stairwell, her memory crept back to the horrors of the derelict building where Ash had died just hours before. Ruby had insisted on returning to the police station to complete her statement, her fingers shaking as she typed. A shower and change of clothes in the police station locker room had provided her with enough strength to continue with the hunt for the man who had murdered her colleague. The devastation of his loss hung like a dense cloud, not just over their department, but the whole station. Ruby felt it like a physical weight on her shoulders, and the pale, shocked faces of her colleagues were more than she could bear. Unanswered questions hung on their lips as small groups gathered in the canteen, smoking area, and locker room, trying to make sense of something which could very easily have happened to them. Blame, regret, and anger dangled before her, making her sick to the stomach. It was a relief to be told by the staff at Ash's wife's mental health unit that they would be the ones to break the news when she was strong enough to deal with it. The Kent force would deliver what was termed the agony to his daughters in Canterbury. It was just as well. Ruby doubted she would have been able to keep it together had she attended herself. And why would they want to hear it from the person responsible for their father's death? Ruby paused on the stairwell, her legs feeling like lead as her mind bombarded her with statements laced with blame. She was in charge. She should have seen through his story sooner, stopped him before he went inside. A message written in chips, indeed. What a sorry excuse that was. What had really brought him there, and why hadn't she kept a closer eye on him? She should have been one step behind him, ready to strike out at the killer who was lying in wait. She chewed her lip. Procedure, that's why. She had thought on this occasion that they would be safer if they played it by the book. 2 people were not enough to hunt down a psychopathic killer in a building built like a maze. Tweedy had warned her what Dr. Tanner was like, a slippery customer who liked to hide in wait. His level of violence disgusted even Nathan Crosby, someone for whom physical force was a way of life. Armed with a wealth of background information, she knew it was not safe for them to go in. But still, the guilt tore through her, accusatory whispers clawing at the back of her mind. She had broken the rules on every other occasion. Why did she choose this one time to play it by the book? It wasn't fear that stalled her. She had never backed down when it came to saving the life of another. But after speaking with Tweedy Steve, she was not willing to risk it, preferring to wait for armed officers to flood the building and both follow on behind. And now that had backfired. Yes, her superior officers had told her she did the right thing. She had updated control every step of the way and made it clear DC Baker was acting against her commands. Why? Because deep down she knew he had another agenda? Ruby had risked her life giving chase, but she had not been quick enough. And there, amongst the rats, she had found his body laid out in a pool of blood. Tanner had been waiting for him. He had not used a scalpel to murder him. Her stomach had churned as she caught sight of the length of cheese wire embedded into Ash's neck. It was a horrific death, but one that he had run straight into, giving up his life without a fight. Such thoughts rolled over like rumbling thunderclouds. She came to the landing, taking a deep breath as she pushed her key into the lock. Tonight, she would try to get some rest and assess things in the morning. As she entered the living room, the soft glow of a television told her that she was not alone. The figure on the sofa turned, his smile fading as he took in her expression. It was Nathan, and Ruby was swept up in relief, clinging to the doorway for fear her legs would give. She kicked off her shoes, dropping her bag and coat onto the floor. "Babe," Nathan said, his voice husky as he rose to greet her. "You okay?" A small shake of the head was all she could manage, as she felt her defences crumble within. She hated crying in front of Nathan, although he never shied away from her tears. Immediately he was by her side, the palms of his hands warm against her cheeks. "What's wrong?" he said, his tone hardening. "Has someone hurt you?" "No," she said, as the first of her tears trickled onto his hands. "I lost one of my officers tonight. It was Tanner. We almost caught up with him and—" She choked on a sob, blinking the tears from her field of vision, but it was like trying to hold back an insistent tide. There was only one person who could make her feel better. Her left arm curled around Nathan's waist, while the fingers of her right hand ran through his hair. Drawing him forward, she kissed him softly on the lips. Nathan reciprocated, his face clouded in confusion as they parted. "What happened?" She shook her head. "I don't want to talk about it. I just want to stay here with you. Please, sleep with me tonight." His eyes reflected the depth of his love, and it was just what Ruby needed to exorcise the horrors of the day. He understood because he had lost people close to him too. Ruby had taken the pain away, now it was his turn to reciprocate. Her senses tingled as his mouth found hers, his tongue carrying the delicate lacing of coffee. Stripping away their layers of clothes, Nathan pressed her against the wall, familiarizing himself with her body once more. As she wrapped her legs around him, he effortlessly carried her to the bed, his body pressed firmly against hers. The recriminations that had plagued her all evaporated into thin air. Chapter 54. The light that filtered in through the bedroom windows seemed softer today. Everything about her tower block flat seemed harsh in comparison. Ruby rested her head on Nathan's chest, closing her eyes as she savoured the warmth of his naked body. He stirred beneath her, his muscular form wrapping itself around her, in a bear hug that made all the pain ebb away. "I don't want to get up," she said, her voice muffled as she spoke into the curve of his chest. "Not yet." "You don't have to, babe. Stay in bed. I'll look after you." It was a tempting offer. How she had gone back to work after Ash's murder was beyond her. She could not remember D.I. Downs bringing her back to the station, let alone typing up her statement of what had taken place. It was only when she had broken down in his office that she had agreed to his offer of a cab to bring her home. In her distress, she had found herself reciting the address of the flat Nathan had bought her just months before. Pride had stopped her moving in, but with the stain of Ash's blood still visible under her fingernails, she was in desperate need of solace, somewhere that spoke of home. Finding Nathan here had been more therapeutic than any counselling session, and their night together had been the release she needed. "I could do with some more sleep," she smiled. Here in bed, with their limbs intertwined, there were no barriers to set them apart. Nathan shifted beneath the down-filled duvet, planting tender kisses on the curve of her neck. He nuzzled her skin, murmuring softly to her to stay. Her skin pink from the warmth of the shower, she walked across the deep pile carpet, which felt like velvet beneath her toes. She tied the belt of the soft white toweling gown. For the third time that morning, she checked her nails, satisfied that all traces of blood had been scrubbed away. But it was still there, lingering in her thoughts. She fought hard to quell the flashbacks scraping her brain, focusing her attention on the breakfast that Nathan had prepared. He pushed the plate towards her as she took a seat at the polished, glass-topped table. Soft, fluffy scrambled eggs were loaded onto her plate, along with a buttered toasted muffin. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten, and, despite the thoughts whirling around her head, she began to tuck in. With them both sitting at the table, Ruby in her dressing gown, and Nathan in a t-shirt and chinos, they could be any other couple in the world. Finishing her eggs, Ruby downed the last of her tea. "That's the best cup of tea I've had all week. Thanks, love," she said, rising to bring her plate to the dishwasher. Nathan touched her arm, signalling for her to sit back down. Ruby knew he had been curious to know what had happened with the doctor. He had sensed her reluctance, waiting until she had recovered enough to relay the story without breaking down. She sighed as the real world took over her day.
We found his lair. It was in a derelict hospital. The place was full of rats, creepy as hell. But you know what? We also found the victim's clothes. Including Lisa Caldwell's, Nathan said. Yes. She was impressed that he remembered her name. They matched the description given by her mother. We've got enough forensics to put him away for good. Nathan briefly closed his eyes, his face at peace as he took a calming breath. Thank you. He reached across and touched her hand. At least now I won't harm anyone else. But Ruby could not take any pleasure from such a horrific incident. It's not me that found him, it was Ash. Her gaze fell, shame rising as a warm flush brought heat to her cheeks. You shouldn't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Nathan had pieced together what had happened from her brief explanation the night before. I just don't understand. I want to ask him why he acted so strangely, but now he's dead. But Nathan was not one to offer platitudes. You look beat. Why don't you go back to bed? Get some kip. I'm going back to work. I'll need you to come in so we can do a taped interview under caution, just to tie up any loose ends. Me? Go to the Nick? You're having a laugh, Nathan said. And besides, today's your day off. You don't get days off when there's a murderer on the loose, not when he's killed one of your own. Why don't you come with me? It won't take long to— No, Nathan said firmly, rising from his chair. Write up a statement and I'll sign it. I'm not being interviewed on tape. Fine. Ruby rolled her eyes. Do me a favour, though. Tell Kathy to stay in, at least until we find Tanner. If he's tried to frame you, then she could be in danger. Nathan smirked. She's been under curfew since this all began. It's driving her nuts. Yeah, well, a few more days won't hurt. Ruby gave him a rueful smile. What would their daughter think if she could see them together now? She glanced around the spotlessly clean kitchen. With glossy designer cupboards, it held every appliance you could possibly need. Streamlined and sophisticated, the Dalston flat was her dream home. And you? Nathan asked, breaking into her thoughts. Are you coming back here when you're done? Ruby smiled. Yeah, I will. I can't live in that tower block anymore, especially now someone's puked in my bed. Nathan threw her a comical look. Did you just say— Ruby's smile widened. Just a girl I was trying to keep off the streets. It's a story for another time. I imagine you'll be keen to get home, get things back to normal. I am. Tomorrow. I'll keep your side of the bed warm tonight. It was a statement, not a question. Ruby was not going to complain. Nathan was in no hurry to get back to the real world any more than she was. Lenny would most likely have a plethora of things for him to sort out, and from the moment he returned home, his mother would be on his back, trying to bridge the gap between him and his ex-girlfriend Leona. But Ruby could not worry about Francis or Lenny now. She took a seat at the dressing table, refreshing her red lipstick and patting her lips against a tissue. Today, she would be a force of strength as her team hunted down the man responsible for the loss of one of their own. Chapter 55. Shockwaves were still spreading as news of Ash Baker's death filtered through the station. Adept at covering up his problems, Ash was known for his practical jokes and smutty one-liners. Even the officers that had not known him felt the loss just the same. Ruby knew she needed to maintain a brave face if she was to carry on with the investigation. Her colleagues were offered a TRIM session, but the police rarely took help on board, the mentality being that they were coppers and should expect such things from their job. They had all become adept at compartmentalizing their feelings, and trauma-related incident management would be replaced by a round of drinks in the pub. But it felt like gravity was taking an extra pull in the office today.
People answered the phones slower, the receiver heavy on their hands. Footsteps dragged, and heads lowered towards the ground. As Ruby entered the room, apprehensive faces rose, waiting for direction. They needed her to be strong, so they could carry on. Her stomach muscles clenched at the thought of their expectations. D.I. Downes's platitudes had obviously not been enough, as detectives froze in their tracks, waiting for her to speak. Ruby wished she had taken the time to rehearse some words fitting for Ash's memory. A thought-provoking speech on his heroism, serving his last days with an unblemished record. But she had a lingering feeling of doubt, and his record was untarnished only because he had died before his acquaintance with the hookers had been brought fully to light. The more she thought about his actions, the louder the question became. Was it really an accident? Had he a death wish all along? She recalled their meeting, when he mentioned ending it all, in an off-the-cuff remark. Had he wanted to do so? Was that what this was all about? She shook the thought away. It was incomprehensible that he would leave his family in such a way. Yet, the insurance payoff would be substantial. Sending his daughters to his sisters, putting his wife in care. Had he been putting his affairs in order? Ruby swallowed back her grief. She was wrong. She had to be. Such thoughts rose because she could not bear the alternative, that it was her fault. She had let him down. Wearily, she leaned against Ash's desk, still cluttered with paperwork and files, just as he had left it. A framed photo of his family sat in the corner, next to a chewed-up pen. His cup still carried a brown ring from the remains of his coffee, and his jokey posters were still stuck to the wall. She took a deep breath, vowing to keep her voice strong and steady, yet not unfeeling in the way that DCI Warro's clichés would portray. I know we're all feeling Ash's loss today. Most of you are probably still in a state of shock. Given I was with him when it happened. She paused, a wave of guilt rising and stealing her words. I can't help but feel somehow responsible. She raised her hand as Luddy began to speak, most likely to reassure her that it wasn't her fault. It's okay, she said. I just need to work through it. Ash's loss is going to be immense, and I don't just mean work-wise. He had such a huge personality, and it's tragic that it had to end this way. A thought entered Ruby's head as she remembered a group discussion about retirement. The way Ash spoke, it was like he knew he would never see it. Ruby sighed. If only such theories would stop infiltrating her mind. You've all been offered TRIM, and yet here you are, all at work today. God knows these cases need 100%. If anyone here isn't feeling up to it, there's no problem in getting you signed off. Go home or go for a drink. I know which Ash would have preferred. She gazed around the room, but nobody was forthcoming. I'll be going to the Eagle pub after work, to raise a glass to our friend for anyone that wants to join me. If anyone else has a few words that you'd like to put together, just email your comments to me for the memorial service. I'm sure you all have a story that you'd like to share. Nothing too embarrassing, mind. She thought about Ash's wife and his daughters, who had already had to cope with so much. Thoughts of their young lives made tears well up inside her, and rather than cry in front of her colleagues, she swiftly turned away. I'll be in my office if anyone needs me. The shrill ring of her desk phone infiltrated Ruby's thoughts, and she jabbed at the volume button to turn it down. Insistently, the red dot of light flashed, alerting her that the caller was not going away. Straightening in her chair, she picked up the receiver. She was greeted by the gravelly voice of front counter staff. It was June, and Ruby immediately recognized her smoker's drawl. Sorry to trouble you, Sarge, but I've got a young man down here that's very keen to speak to you. Ruby sighed as her computer dinged to alert her of 10 new emails. Can you take his details and I'll call him back? I'm a bit busy right now. I can do, but he's saying it's urgent. He said he's Sharon's boyfriend and she hasn't come home. He'll only talk to you. I'll be right there, Ruby said, before placing the receiver back on the cradle. Clenching her fists, she banged them on the table, venting her growing frustration. Just like Ash, Sharon had ignored her advice to stay put. As she made her way to the front office, Ruby hoped that was where the similarities stopped. Chapter 56. Sit down, Ruby said, as Billy paced the room. His hair was greasy, his eyes intense. This was a man who was experiencing pain. Sweat rolled off his body, dampening his clothes, each movement drawing out the sweet tang of body odour. Not that he would have noticed. He was too busy trying to focus on his missing girlfriend. I can't believe that after everything I told her, she went out on the job. What was she thinking? Ruby said, standing over Billy as he rocked in the hard plastic chair. It was of great relief that the interview room was free. The last thing she wanted was to bring him inside the realms of the police station, where he would see his own face staring back at him from the prolific offender posters on the walls. With a history of petty offences a mile long, he was no stranger to the custody suite. She listened to you. She really did. Said she was gonna get help, Billy said. Eyes wide, he was barely blinking as he relayed Sharon's last movements. But she was clucking bad. We both was. So she went for one more job with someone she knew. Someone she knew? She had warned Sharon about Dr. Tanner. So who was the mystery client? Go on, she said. She called him, set it all up, but she's not come home. She knew how worried I was. Something's happened to her, I know it. Billy clenched handfuls of his short, stubby hair as he bent over in agony. His eyes were wild as he rose up, pain and concern stabbing him in equal measures. Please, you've got to find her. His words were laced with spittle, landing on the small desk between them. He was going cold turkey, and it was hitting him hard. But Ruby had little sympathy for the man who sent his girlfriend into danger so that he could score. Pity you weren't so concerned when she was with you. It doesn't look like you've done a lot to stop her, does it? She placed her hands on her hips, as if talking to an errant child. How could you let her out there? What sort of boyfriend are you? Billy wiped his nose with the back of his hand, smearing his fingers in slime. You don't know what she's like. Once she gets something into her head, there's no stopping her. She just needed one last fix so that we could sleep through the night, and it wasn't as if she didn't know him. Who? Ruby said, sick of hearing his excuses. Her hands itched with the need to grab him by the scruff of the neck and squeeze the information from his scrawny throat. Who was her punter? I don't know, Billy said. They don't give their real names most of the time. She said she'd be an hour, tops. Promised she'd ring the minute she came out. But that was yesterday. I've been searching the streets all night. I thought maybe she went to the dealers, but they've not seen her either. And you've tried calling her phone? Ruby said, a familiar knot in her shoulders making itself known as her body tensed. Billy looked at her miserably, tears welling in his red-rimmed eyes. Yeah, he sniffed. It's turned off, and her punter's number is off the hook. Ruby froze, wondering if she had heard him correctly. Hang on a minute, you've got the number of the client that booked her? Yeah, I thought I said. She's got two phones, a private one that I call her on, and the other one that she takes bookings with.
She left the booking phone in the flat. I've got the number here.
Ruby stared in disbelief.
The whole time we've been talking and you've had the number all along? Yeah, but I don't have the address or nothing. Here, see for yourself.
He handed over the phone, a small white diamante-studded Nokia. Ruby peered through the cracked screen, pressing the buttons as she brought up the list of calls. She clicked on the call timed at 1 o'clock in the morning. "This is a landline," she said. Billy nodded.
She leaves it with me when she doesn't want to take no more calls. I should have come sooner, but I didn't want to get her into trouble.
Ruby's brain was whirring as she worked out the next course of action. "When you say Sharon's phone is turned off..."
"Well, not switched off. It rings out and goes to answer machine. She keeps it on silent, so I thought maybe she didn't hear it at first."
"Good, that's good," Ruby said. "We can triangulate her phone and trace the address of the landline, see if they match. I need you to stay here. I'll get an officer to take a quick statement and book this evidence."
"But you want to find her, don't you?"
Ruby said, in no mood for excuses. She raised the phone. "This is good. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know. Do you understand?" Billy nodded dumbly, tears gathering in the corners of his eyes. Ruby sighed, a small pang of sympathy making itself known. "Go to the medical center when you're done here. Get a prescription. You'll need to keep a clear head. If you hear from Sharon, let us know straight away, all right? No waiting around." She shuffled in a back pocket for a weathered card, along with some loose change. Nathan had pressed some cash into the palm of her hand before she left for work, telling her to get a round of drinks in for her shift. She guessed he had checked her wallet, seeing nothing but a 20p piece and an Oyster card inside. It was the same Oyster card that was magically topped up every month online. Such actions were typical of Nathan, and, although she hated taking his money, she had appreciated his help today. "Here," she said, handing the business card and change over. Billy may have had a phone, but, like most of the drug users she knew, his credit was probably low. "Call me if anything happens." As Ruby sped up the stairs to her office, her heart skipped a beat. It was an alien emotion when it came to this case. Hope. If this was a landline, then there was a small chance they had the killer's address. Did the doctor have an accomplice? And could they reach Sharon in time? Chapter 57. Armed officers bundled out of the van as they prepared for the raid on the ramshackle East London semi. There was no way Ruby was going to miss this. Piles of work were overflowing on her desk, overtime needed to be sorted out, as well as tackling the spreadsheets that DCI Warrow had provided her. But at this moment in time, nothing was more important than finding Sharon alive. The case had got under her skin, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Ruby shifted the ugly stab vest, poking into her ribs. She had forgotten how heavy these things were. Each time she wore it, she was transported back to when she was in uniform, weighed down with heavy boots, a utility belt that carried everything except the kitchen sink, and bulked up with layers of clothing and protective wear. She remembered tucking her hands into the armholes of her stab vest to keep her fingers warm in the winter, and loosening the Velcro belts at the side when sweat trickled down her back. Things were much more straightforward then. Not easier, but straightforward. Work had always been a constant stream, no matter what department she frequented, and she had witnessed many people leave because they could not hack the pace. And now, crouched behind the hedge of the alleged perpetrator's home, this seemed the most important day in her career to date. So near, but so far. All she wanted to do was to see the killer behind bars, to make him pay. Officers positioned themselves around the back of the building, updating their counterparts by radio. They had all areas covered. What was keeping them? Ruby's breath frosted as her impatience grew. She stood just as the command was given to go. There was no soft knock or the ringing of a doorbell for this high-profile case. Officers drew back the heavy metal battering ram, aptly named the Big Red Key, and sent the door hinges clattering to the floor. As the door slammed to one side, they announced their presence, their boots stamping in unison against the grimy tiled floor. Ruby remained vigilant close behind, the memory of Ash's death lingering in her thoughts. Shouts of "Clear!" echoed in the building as each room was checked in turn. She wished she could rush ahead of the wall of officers, but they were firm in their instruction that she should stay one step behind. Footsteps thundered up the stairs, and Ruby followed them, her heart sinking as she realized that downstairs was all clear. Unlike their last big operation, there was no basement to be found.
"We've got a body in here,"
a gruff voice shouted, in a voice that suggested it was too late for an ambulance. But was it too late for Sharon? Dozens of questions flooded Ruby's mind as she caught sight of the blood-saturated duvet. But the matted black hair did not belong to Sharon, and she did not recognize the face of the portly man on the bed. So who was he, and how did he die? Naked and drenched in blood, he lay splayed across the mattress, the sheets tightly gripped in his chubby fingers. Was this Sharon's client? More to the point, where was Sharon? She raised the radio to her mouth, pressed the side button, and updated control. As with all such operations, they had their own channel tagged under the operation name, devoted solely to the raid. The words had barely left her lips when she became aware of a voice requesting an ambulance to the scene. Gripping her radio tightly, she rushed across the foot-worn flooring to the bedroom across the way. "Let me see," Ruby said, aware she was contaminating the scene by traipsing from one room to another. She paused at the doorway, craning her neck as wide-shouldered officers moved to one side. The image of a woman on a single bed came into view. Feeling like she was stepping into a nightmare, Ruby gazed at the pink satin costume. Long satin gloves reached her elbows, and a delicate tiara adorned her newly dyed blonde hair. "Sleeping Beauty," she breathed, the words touching her lips in a whisper, as she recognized the costume from one of the images on their briefing room wall. Bent over Sharon's body, the attending officer swiveled his head, giving Ruby a nod. "She's alive." Eyelids flickering, a sudden breathy rattle emanated from Sharon's throat. Swearing under her breath, Ruby tugged at the ropes binding her flesh to the metal bedposts. The long white satin gloves were spotless, except for a single pinprick of blood that seeped through from the index finger of her right hand. It was heartbreaking to see Sharon trussed up in this way. With her pale skin and impossibly pink lips, the doctor had perfected her to the last detail. They had found her just in time. Or had they? As the paramedics poured in, Ruby stepped aside. Plucking her mobile phone from her pocket, she dialed her office number. After 3 rings, DC Eve Tanner's voice spoke on the other end of the line. She and the doctor may have shared the same surname, but that was where the similarity ended. Eve was one of the most caring and conscientious workers in her team, and it took her just seconds to find the original version of the Sleeping Beauty fairy tale in her notes. Eve's voice was steady as she read from the text. This was not a story she would be reading to her baby when it was born. As the prince tried to wake her, the princess seemed so incredibly lovely that he began to grow hot with lust. Ruby listened as Eve filled her in. The modern-day fairy tale, based on a later version of the story, saw the princess put to sleep after she pricked her finger on a spindle, only to be awoken by her true love's kiss. But the original version relayed a harsher reality. Taken by the king for his pleasure, the princess was continuously raped, bearing 2 children while still asleep. Ruby ended the call, clearing her throat as she spoke. Guys, when you seize the bedding, can you bear it in mind that we may be dealing with a rape scene here too? Chapter 58. Dr. Tanner's fingers gripped the edges of the brick wall as he watched from a safe distance. Disbelieving of the scene before him, his shopping bags had fallen to the ground as officers raided the building. How was this possible? And so quickly? He had only broken in there in the early hours of the morning. Since his encounter with the police in the derelict building, he knew time was in short supply. That's why he had to be clever, using one of Sharon's clients as a way of getting her all to himself. He was familiar with her old haunts. Such places were listed in the records he had kept after he left the Crosbys' employment. And he had been watching her home for some time, knowing her addiction would eventually force her outside. He did not miss the freezing cold hospital building, the unforgiving cement floors, or the way the wind howled through the corridors in the dead of night. More and more rats were flooding the rooms, nipping him as he slept, insistent in their demands for food. He had treated his last victim differently and gained little satisfaction from his presence. But then again, he did not have the same affinity for men. There were no long flowing locks to caress, no silky body to feel the tip of his barber's brush. After his initial hysterics, Nicky had calmed down enough to plead for his life. With the Peter Pan costume draped over his arm, the doctor stood, unspeaking, as the young man recounted his abusive childhood. His sobs echoed through the building, punctuating his words. "Please don't hurt me. Please, I'll do whatever you want. Please, just let me go." Nicky had misjudged the doctor, presuming he was abducted due to his choice of profession, but that meant very little to him. It was the beauty of the transformation that made his artwork complete. He had disposed of him quickly, but not before he had infiltrated the contents of the young man's phone. He had heard of D.C. Ash Baker, but his liaison with Nicky brought an interesting twist to the tale. The intimate texts left him in no doubt that Baker swung both ways. But the hypocrisy infuriated him. According to the papers, D.C. Baker was one of the officers working on his case. The gall of it! He had used Nicky to gratify his needs, just as the doctor had done. The temptation to teach him a lesson was strong. Texting from Nicky's phone could have backfired. By the time Ash responded to it, Nicky was dead. So why did he come thundering in with no regard for his safety? He was a big man, twice the width of him, yet he dropped his hands to his sides, refusing to put up a fight. Death had come quickly and without fanfare. Only then, with his blood staining his coat, did he realize that Ash Baker was not alone. He had made his escape with haste, the rats diverting attention as his colleague came racing up the stairs. But the death of one of their own had made the police all the more determined to find him. Dr. Tanner had been warned. His beneficiary had instructed him from the start. Have your fun, but frame Nathan Crosby. Don't leave evidence, stick to the plan, and don't get caught. But with each murder, he had grown more self-indulgent, enjoyed it a little too much. The keepsakes, why had he held on to their clothing? He would receive no protection now. The best he could hope for was to finish what he had set out to do. It was why the doctor had wasted no time in locating the last person on the list. Randy Mandy, as she was known. the one working girl who had refused to sleep with him. He couldn't think of a more suitable candidate for his plans. She called herself Amanda now. She was fleshed out, a far cry from the skinny waif with protruding cheekbones that he had known. Mandy wasn't like the others, not anymore, but that didn't necessarily make her clean. And he was looking forward to reminding her that she could never truly shake off her roots. He would deal with her just like the others. He had watched Sharon in the darkness as she earned her keep. On her hands and knees, eyes tightly closed, she groaned as the pot-bellied man rutted her from behind. Too engrossed in the moment, he had not noticed him standing in the darkness, his head craned to one side. Death had come quickly as he'd slit his throat, enjoying the sound of blood slapping against Sharon's naked flesh. It wasn't until the dead man slumped to one side that she became aware of the doctor's presence. It was a constant source of fascination to watch how people reacted in extreme situations. Fight or flight, it was called, and he had observed it many times during his employment with the Crosby family business. Sharon was a fighter. Her teeth flashing, she had kicked and lashed out at him as he cornered her in the dimly lit bedroom. Holding his scalpel in his right hand, he showed her what was waiting if she didn't comply. The last thing he wanted was to kill her. Nowhere in the story did Sleeping Beauty have her throat slit. She had dug her nails into the wood-chip wallpaper, leaving bloodied hand trails in her wake, as if that would save her. In the end, he laid the scalpel to one side, calmly telling her that she had nothing to fear. He was her protector, killing the man to save her, because the police had got it all wrong. It had all been a misunderstanding, he said, and his efforts at helping the girls had set him up as a suspect in their murders. As he approached, her eyes flicked to the door, planning her escape. Tearing into the chloroform bag, he whipped it from his coat pocket, and without hesitation slammed it on her face. Such a shame he had been unable to finish his work. He had known that one of his plans might fail. It was the nature of the game. He would accept it and move on. Like a metronome, his thoughts flicked back and forth, finally halting on Mandy. It was time. He would enjoy getting reacquainted with her again. Chapter 59. It was a rare and wondrous occasion to have time for a lunch break, but Ruby found herself with minutes to kill. The matron at the hospital where Sharon Connors was currently admitted had advised her to call back in half an hour. Having cleared it with D.I. Downs, Ruby decided to eat a sandwich on the go, while conducting a long-overdue visit to her mother in Oakwood Care Home. She tried to squeeze in a visit every day, pushing back the guilt when the time would not allow. She liked Oakwood. It had been worth selling their family home to keep up the fees, subsidized by a monthly payment out of Ruby's wage. Even so, the fees seemed remarkably low. Was Nathan assisting towards the payments without her knowledge? Did she need to know? The fact her mother was living in comfort was all that mattered. As she entered the bright, airy building, she took in the clear vases of freshly cut flowers from the beautiful landscape at the back of the home. Expansive French doors afforded a wonderful view, and patients were encouraged to step outside and enjoy the garden when they could. As she took a seat beside her mother, Ruby knew that she would not be judged. Due to her dementia, Joy had lost all sense of time. Giving her a hug, she inhaled the scent of lily of the valley, taking comfort in the perfume lacing her mother's skin. Ruby was pleased when she noted the red hair clip in her bun. Joy always wore something red. It was a throwback to the days when her father joked she was his little robin redbreast, always sporting a flash of red, a spark of her individuality. For Ruby, the dash of red lipstick she wore was in tribute to happier days. Mac Ruby Woo. It seemed kismet when she found the brand name, and she had worn it ever since. "How are you today, Mum?" she asked, as her mother stared into space. "Killing the minutes and watching 'em die." It was her mother's usual response, followed by a soft sigh. Ruby tried to ignore the fact that Joy had got a little thinner and paler since her last visit, her attention always that bit further from her reach. She knew it was inevitable that her mother would age and deteriorate, but she wasn't ready to face it, not today. Their small talk exhausted, they sat in silence, listening to the finches chirping as they bobbed from branch to branch in the garden outside. Ruby liked that the care home kept the windows open, forfeiting savings on heating bills to allow the residents the wistful pleasure of enjoying the birdsong. "Hey, girl, where you been? You look bushed," Harmony said, pushing a silver trolley laden with pots of tea, coffee, and white china cups. Ruby had a particular fondness for the Jamaican woman, whose personality was as broad as her waistline. "Oh, hi," Ruby said, so deep in her thoughts it took seconds to resurface. "Heavy workload. Is that tea you're making?" "You know it," Harmony said, emitting a soft chuckle as she passed her a cup. "I've given these tea bags an extra squeeze for you." She turned to Joy, handing her a cup of tea. "Here you go, precious." As Harmony walked away, filling the corridors with a song, Ruby felt a pang of envy for the woman who appeared happy with her lot. Ruby's job as a sergeant made her feel fulfilled, but when was the last time she was truly happy at work? She thought of her last moments of pleasure, her snatched hours with Nathan as they curled up in bed. "You know what?" she said. "I've been working really hard this week. It's not easy being a woman in the police, but I lead a good team." "Are you in the police?" Joy said, her eyes offering recognition. "When did you do that?" "Years ago," Ruby said, happy that, at least today, her mother appeared to know who she was. Joy frowned. "Why didn't you tell me you've joined the police?" Ruby shrugged. She had, many times. Even now she couldn't help but bring it up in the hope her mother would say she was proud of her. She'd received a lukewarm reception when she first broke the news, all those years ago. Ruby had grown up in a world where the police were best avoided, and liked as much as the debt collectors that called to her neighbours' doors. Joy had her reasons. Back then, it wasn't the nicest establishment to be a part of, and people had their own perspectives on things. Joy wanted Ruby to work in retail, not part of a vocation where you put people in prison. But Ruby had told herself she was destined for greater things. "Oh, no, the police isn't for you." Joy wrinkled her nose. "Why don't you get a job on the shop floor? I hear that Debenhams is taking on. Mrs. Delaney's daughter works there, and she's just been promoted." "You know, Mum, I might just do that." Ruby stifled a smile. Some things would never change. She checked her watch. A visit to the hospital was due. The heavy weight she had walked in with seemed to have lightened, and being in her mother's company had made her breathe easy again. She parked any concerns to the furthest recesses of her mind. Kissing Joy lightly on the forehead, she promised to visit again soon. Ruby was so close to finding the doctor, she could almost taste it. Their inquiries had been intense, making her wonder how he had managed to elude them so far. She stopped halfway across the car park as her mobile phone buzzed insistently from the back pocket of her trousers. It was Downs, and Ruby frowned as she answered the call. "I'm just on my way to the hospital now," she said, wishing he would not keep such close tabs on her. "I know," he said. "There's something you need to be asking young Sharon when you see her." "Go on," Ruby said, pulling the car keys from her bag. "We've had a look at Ash's phone, which was seized at the murder scene. You were right to doubt his explanation of what took him to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital." Ruby had explained it all in her police statement, how Ash had said he found the name of the hospital on a message spelt out with frozen chips on the freezer floor. She sighed with relief, glad that she had been truthful and explained her reservations of such an implausible excuse. "I had a feeling he was lying," she said, opening her car door and taking shelter from the biting winds. "Ash received a text from Nikki's phone, asking to meet him at the hospital," Downs said. "But it was sent while you were in the Robin Hood pub, where Nikki was found dead. Ash must have suspected his killer sent the request to meet." "But why?" Ruby said, answers already forming in her mind. "And why was his number on Nikki's phone?" "That's what I was about to tell you. It wasn't just the girls Ash was seeing. Judging by the texts that passed between them, he was visiting Nikki too." "Bloody hell!" Ruby exhaled, almost dropping the phone from her grasp. "Exactly. Who knows what was going on there? He could have been blackmailing him," Downs said with a shrug. "We'll never know for sure." "All the more reason to end it all," Ruby said. "Ash would have been mortified at the thought of you finding this out." Well, we don't want to be spreading that around. I was talking to his sister. He's taken out some serious life insurance policies. Those daughters of his deserve the payout after everything they've lost." Chapter 60. "You tried to warn me," Sharon said, speaking through lips stained pink from whatever concoction the doctor had used to dye them. Her low mood was in contrast to the eyebrows he had drawn, arched in an expression of permanent surprise. Everything about her makeover appeared rushed. It told Ruby that Tanner knew the police were closing in. It ignited a glimmer of hope. People who hurried made mistakes. Sharon squirmed in her hospital bed, pulling the blankets tighter to her chest. Her abnormally white skin could not hide the dark circles under her eyes. There were no get-well-soon cards on her bedside locker, no flowers or chocolates from family or friends. "I had to go out, didn't I? After everything you did to warn me." "It's over," Ruby said, her voice low and comforting. "You're safe now." Tears trickled down Sharon's cheeks as the enormity of the situation hit home. "If you hadn't found me, if—" She gulped as a sob hit the back of her throat. Ruby leant forward, her hand resting on Sharon's wrist. It was cold to the touch and painfully thin. "I know this is difficult, but I need to know. Who did this to you?" Unable to lead the witness, Ruby waited for answers. She caught the flicker of fear in Sharon's eyes and squeezed her wrist. "We've got a police officer on the door, and nobody will get in without your say-so." Taking a small recorder from her jacket, she laid it on top of the blue waffle blanket and pressed record. She went through the usual introductions, citing the time, date, and people in the room. A full account would be taken when Sharon was up to it, but for now, she needed something to go on. "I don't want to talk about it," Sharon said, as Ruby posed the question for a second time. "And besides, you know who." Her sobs showed no sign of abating. She raised her hand to her face to block out the memory, But Ruby did not have the luxury of time. She could not let it go. "Please, I need you to be strong. There's one more girl on the list, Mandy," Ruby said, her words firm. "Who was it, Sharon? Who did this?"
"Dr. Tanner,"
Sharon said, choking on the memory. Accepting the tissue that Ruby drew from the box on the bedside cabinet, she loudly blew her nose.
"It was Billy's fault. He kept nagging me to go out. Just one more score, he said. Then we'd knock it on the head and go to the clinic in the morning. So I rang one of my old customers, Larry Driscoll, and he invited me around."
Ruby nodded. It was the same person they had traced through her phone. A single middle-aged man. He rented the run-down property where Sharon had been found.
"The doctor, he must have followed me to the punter's house. Larry was doing me from behind when I felt something warm on my back. At first, I didn't know what it was. Then he fell to the side. There was blood everywhere, in my hair, up the walls. The doctor, he was standing there with a blade in his hand. All I could hear was screaming. It wouldn't stop. Then I realised it was coming from me."
Twisting the tissue between her fingers, Sharon took a deep breath.
"I remembered those photos you showed me, and I told myself that I wasn't going down without a fight, so I ran for the door as soon as he dropped the blade. But he put something over my mouth, and the smell. I gagged. I must have passed out."
"And you woke in hospital?" Ruby said, hoping this was the case. More than anything, she prayed that the old version of the fairy tale had not come true. Sharon's chin trembled. She stared at the tissue, now broken into pieces on the bed.
"No. When I came to, my skin felt too tight for my body and stung like hell. I tried to move, but my hands and legs were tied. I was wearing this long pink dress, and he kept saying how beautiful I looked."
"Oh, Sharon," Ruby said, knowing what was coming next.
"Please, let me finish,"
Sharon said, holding up a shaking hand.
"He raped me, and I know I won't get much sympathy because people will say that's what I do, but this was different. I said no."
Tears filled her eyes, her face contorting with the rush of emotion.
"I said no."
"Come here," Ruby said, taking Sharon in a hug. It was stretching the boundaries, and her superiors would not approve, but she could not just stand there and observe such raw pain. Sharon sobbed, staining Ruby's jacket as her tears flowed, unchecked. "Nobody has the right to do this to you," Ruby said, slowly releasing Sharon and delivering an intense stare. "Don't ever forget that."
"I swear, Dan, I'm never going back to that way of life again,"
Sharon said. "You're alive. That's all that matters right now," Ruby said. "But I need your help. Did the doctor give you any clue as to where he's staying or what he's doing next?"
"We never left the punter's flat. It made me sick, knowing that Larry's body was in the bedroom across the way."
She exhaled a heavy, painful sigh.
"I cried. I screamed. I even had a go at him for killing Nicky and the girls. But he just looked at me like I was a creature in the zoo. He had no trouble speaking when he was on the phone, though."
Ruby stiffened. "On the phone? To who? What did he say?" In the doorway, a nurse entered, pausing as Ruby raised her hand, mouthing the words, 5 minutes, her eyes pleading for a little more precious time. With a nod of the head, the woman retreated. Lost in her recollection, Sharon barely noticed the intrusion. "The doctor thought I was out of it, but I could hear him arguing." "Did you hear the phone ring? Who made the call?" "They called him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it was heated. Something about not sticking to the plan. The doctor hung up, then switched the phone off, muttering under his breath. That was when he shook me hard, said it was time to complete the fairy tale. That was when he, Sharon said, gathering her words. He forced himself on me. Then he said he was getting some supplies. He put a needle in my arm. Then the next thing I remember was waking up in the ambulance." "Please try to remember what was said." Her senses were on high alert now, the thoughts of an accomplice raising her pulse rate. Sharon shook her head. "I can't remember their exact words." Her eyes flicked up to the left as she forced herself to recall the memory. "They were arguing about Nicky. At least, that's what it sounded like, because he was saying he hadn't gone too far." She paused for thought. "That's right. He said he was going to finish what he started, and that was that. There's one thing I can tell you, though," she said, her eyes haunted with the memory of the past. "Whoever it was, they knew Nicky and the girls." Chapter 61. The doorbell delivered a distorted Yankee Doodle dandy, enough to rouse the dogs on the other side of the door into life. The Victorian property was one of many which had been renovated by the council to make room for the larger families in the area. The intelligence system had brought back a plethora of results on the family. There wasn't one child out of their brood of 10 that was not in trouble at some stage or another. From shoplifting to handling stolen goods, social services had been involved on more than one occasion. Much of their benefits had gone on alcohol and cigarettes, rather than the food and clothing the children desperately needed. Judging by the racket coming from within, it seemed that things had not improved. It was little wonder that Nicky had ended up on the streets. After updating the investigation, Ruby was keen to speak to Nicky's family. Sharon's words played on her mind. Given that the overheard phone call had focused on his murder, she had thought it best to start close to home. As the door opened, Ruby held her warrant card aloft, introducing herself to the pimply teenager on the other side. Sandal-footed, he wore blue tracksuit bottoms and an M&M t-shirt that was 2 sizes too big, his short, bleached blonde hair suggesting he was a fan. "Yeah," he said, grabbing the larger of the 3 mongrels by the collar and pushing him back from the door. "Can I come in?" Ruby said. "I need to speak to your mum and dad. It's just some inquiries, nobody's in any trouble." Calling on a grieving family was not ideal, and Ruby knew her visit would be unwelcome, but she had no choice. After the slip-up with officers checking the derelict building, she would not be satisfied until she spoke to the family in person. The boy shrugged, pulling back the door to allow her inside. A waft of something foul rose up to greet her, and Ruby cast her gaze to the floor. "Your dog's had an accident," she said, pointing to the ice cream-shaped turd. Sloping further down the corridor, the boy picked up a piece of newspaper, slowly layering it on top before stamping it down. "Come in," he said, closing the door behind her. Ruby arched an eyebrow. Someone needed to have a word with this kid about the fundamentals of house-training his pets. All the same, she would be following up with Children's Social Services upon her return to the station. Previous reports spoke of children who had grown up in their pushchairs, stewing in their nappies in front of the TV. Such children became lethargic and disinterested in life when released from the confines of their straps. Ruby guessed that the young man leading her into the living room was once one of the children involved. She followed him down the dim corridor, passing several green-tinged tanks and peeping into each one. A languid iguana flicked his tail in annoyance as she tapped the glass to check for signs of life. She peered into the next tank, temporarily forgetting the urgency of her call. Ruby had always wanted a pet. The only thing holding her back was her inability to commit herself to caring for another living creature, a problem which apparently did not bother Nicky's family, given the state of the tanks on show. She recoiled as a tarantula scuttled under a piece of wood. As she peered into the tank containing scorpions, Ruby wondered what purpose such creatures served in a family home. She smiled as a mixed-race toddler came running up to greet her, tugging her trouser pockets in search of sweets. Nick was the oldest in the family, and his parents seemed to have had a child every year since his birth. Judging by their different skin colours, not all of them shared the same father, but the couple had been living together for over 20 years, just the same. Standing by the fireplace with arms folded stood Michelle Ellis, Nick's mother, her gaze weary as she observed Ruby enter the room. The flowers on her dress evaporated into a washed-out grey hue. Ruby blinked under the dim light, realizing, as she stepped closer, that it was not a dress at all, it was a nightie. Michelle's hair hung limply around her face, black, the same colour as Nicky's, except for a few strands of grey. Everything about her appeared disinterested, and Ruby wondered if it was because she was suffering a loss, or if that was her permanent expression. Ruby picked her way through the broken and chewed plastic toys littering the grubby carpeted floor. A small curly-haired boy sat in the corner of the room, amusing himself by hammering nails into a piece of wood. Nick's father, Phil Ellis, sat in a leather armchair, staring obliviously at the one pristine piece of furniture in the home, a 48-inch television. It was another familiar sight. Amongst the chaos of neglected children, unruly dogs, and feces minefield, was a top-of-the-range TV and, judging by the skybox, with access to hundreds of channels. "Sorry to disturb you," Ruby said, trying to find a clean space on the floor to stand. "Is there anywhere we can speak in private?" Phil Ellis jabbed his thumb towards the door, his gaze on his wife. "Sod off to the kitchen. I'm trying to watch the telly here." The X Factor rerun was on subtitles due to the constant stream of noise echoing within the four walls. "It's about your son. It would be better if you both came through," Ruby said, raising her voice to be heard over the din. "You talking about the queer? 'Cause we had your lot here yesterday," Nicky's father said, raising his gut from the chair. Ruby felt her temper flare. If there was one thing she could not abide, it was homophobia, but she also accepted that her outrage would not change a thing, apart from getting herself thrown out of the house. She clamped her lips tightly together, swallowing back her response. They were still his parents, and it was a tragedy. The fact that she found Phil Ellis wholly offensive was something she would have to keep to herself. After finally getting them to sit down at the kitchen table, Ruby endured Phil's mumblings as she took out her pocket notebook and pen. "We have to pay for the funeral now," he said, his little finger buried in his ear. "More money." Ruby's lips parted as she exhaled her disgust. She turned to look at Nicky's mother, whose eyes were swimming with tears. At least one of them cared. "I'm sorry for your loss," Ruby said. "I don't wish to intrude on your grief, but it's crucial that we find the person who killed your son before they strike again. Have you ever spoken to or visited a Dr. Tanner?" she said. "We believe he may be connected to the case." "Nah," Mr. Ellis sneered. "We see that Indian bloke down the precinct." Ruby nodded, grateful that at least she had been spared a racial slur. Do either of you recall an acquaintance by the name of Mandy? Ever seen her around? Ruby forced herself to return her gaze to Phil after Nick's mother delivered a blank stare.
Acquaintance, my arse. I know what he's been up to.
Nicky's father sneered.
And him getting killed is all he deserved. Made me a laughing-stock down the horse and hands, he did. Selling blowjobs down the alley for a tenner. I can't show my face round there again thanks to him.
You didn't mind taking his money, Nick's mother said, finally opening her mouth to speak. Her tone was cold and brittle, and she clasped her fingers tightly together as she leant over the kitchen table, her knuckles turning white. You didn't ask about where the money came from when he was handing it over, so you could go boozing. How are we going to manage now? The benefits barely cover the food. How are we going to survive without his money? Ruby could feel the atmosphere thicken between them, and knew an argument was about to erupt. She felt sorry for the children who would witness what was to follow, but they were most likely immune to it now. She remembered something a social worker had said to her once. It was not the youngsters who screamed and cried after a domestic that you had to worry about. It was the ones who accepted it as everyday life. Such children grew up to be perpetrators and victims themselves. Water found its own level, she had said, and there were enough damaged souls in the world to find each other and begin the cycle all over again. The little girl that had tugged on her trousers now stood in the doorway, her eyes devoid of emotion. In a fleeting moment, Ruby could see her life all mapped out for her. It made for depressing viewing. Here's my card, Ruby interrupted, returning her attention to the arguing couple. But as they exchanged expletives, it was as if she wasn't there at all. If either of you recalls anything about Mandy, I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know. I'll show myself out. Walking to her car, Ruby took a few breaths of air to expel all remnants of the Ellis household. She knew what social services would say because they had heard it all before. Their hands were tied. As long as the children had a roof over their heads, a warm bed and food in their bellies, then the best they could do was to work with the family, if they were willing to engage. She did not blame the partner agency because they were doing the best they could. Like the police, they were overstretched and under-resourced, and the first in the line of fire when the media highlighted their failings in the worst possible way. Everyone was a critic. She thought about the headlines that the fairy tale killer wanted to create, and how hard she had worked to ensure details of Nick's case had not come to light. No family wanted to see their son portrayed in such a way, not even the Ellises. She glanced at her watch, well aware of the seconds ticking past. There was still so much to do, and time was running out for Mandy Prentice. Chapter 62. As Ruby approached her office, she felt as if she was walking in a nightmare. Everything seemed off-kilter. She glanced at Ash Baker's desk, still littered with his belongings. It seemed his colleagues were content to allow his presence to linger another day. She could not believe he was gone. In a box marked, "Do not open," she had stored the details of his murder into the recesses of her mind. It would live there along with countless other monstrosities, creeping out in the dead of night when her defences were down. But she could not stop the niggle at the back of her brain. Ash's final words replayed on a loop. "I'm sorry, I've got to do this." What was he sorry about? Deep inside, she knew. But the fact Ash may have sacrificed himself to provide for his family was not one she was ready to deal with just yet. "Any results on Mandy yet? Someone must have something." Ruby leaned across Letty's desk. A quick cup of tea and a fresh coat of lipstick had helped her face her team again. It seemed likely that Danny Smedley would not be convicted at court, leaving the team under increasing pressure to find the real killer and bring him in. At last, DCI Warrow had agreed to link Lisa Caldwell's murder with the other victims. It was something the press was quick to point out. Her eyes roamed across the newspaper laid open on the desk. The so-called fairy tale killer was gaining momentum in the press, reaching front pages far and wide. While sympathy lay with university student Lisa, the other victims were known by their profession rather than their names. "We've heard from Social Security," Luddy piped up. "Nothing new since the Northolt address." Every avenue had been explored, but the trail had gone cold after Mandy's last known address in Northolt. "Any luck with the hospitals?" It was a long shot. Mandy had been AWOL over a year, but there was still a possibility that the doctor had already disposed of her. DC Ludgrove shook his head. "Every time we get a lead, it turns into a dead end. No family, no friends, nothing." Mandy had been a loner, and the second of the girls brought up in care. "Keep trying, mate. We barely got to Sharon in time. I don't want to leave it that late for Mandy." Luddy ran his fingers through his hair, his frustration evident. "But surely, if we can't find her—" "How's he going to?" Ruby finished his question. "Because he has personal knowledge." She turned to the rest of her team. "Think about it. Doctors are like barmaids. People confide in them. It wouldn't surprise me if he were keeping notes on all of the girls. He would have asked about their family history too. We're going in blind. He's not." Luddy shook his head. "Then what hope do we have? You've seen the papers. The press is baying for our blood. Don't they realize that we're doing everything we can?" "Don't take it personally. The journalists are doing their job the same as us. If nothing else, at least it's raising awareness." She forced a smile. "I've spoken to the Drug Crisis Centre. Their referrals have doubled, and there are fewer girls on the street." Both their glances fell on Ash's empty desk. "The office is quiet without him, isn't it?" Ruby said, noticing that someone had finally cleared his things away. The only sign that he had been there was the swear chart still pinned to the wall. A pin was missing from one of the corners. Ruby guessed whoever had started to take it down had lost the will to continue. "We should do something to remember him," Luddy said. "Maybe have his picture on the wall." "We'll not forget him," Ruby said, "but he wouldn't want us being maudlin. Have you had a refs break today?" Refreshment breaks were few and far between. "Now seems a good time," Luddy said. "Want me to make you a cuppa?" "You know me too well. Can you stick it on my desk? I've got a call to make." Ruby was reluctant to begin stirring things up with Sharon again, but she was the only connection with Mandy she had left. The phone rang 3 times. Ruby prayed Sharon had saved her number to her mobile. Otherwise, she wouldn't be picking up. "Yes?" The response was cold, cautious. "It's Ruby, Sergeant Preston, from Shoreditch Serious Crime. Are you all right to talk?" "Sure. Is everything okay?" Sharon's voice thawed. "Nothing to worry about. I've got a couple of questions to ask about Mandy Prentice. Are you on your own?" "Yeah, Billy came in to visit me, but I binned him off." Ruby wanted to say, "good," but she held back the words. "Are you okay?" she said, hesitant. "I'm going to a women's refuge when I'm discharged from here," Sharon said, keeping her voice low. "Sold them a story about Billy forcing me to work. They've got a room for me. I've sorted myself out with methadone and everything." Ruby smiled. It was good that Sharon trusted her enough to tell her the truth. The refuge was very select about who they took on. Given the lack of funding, they had to be. but the fact Sharon had almost become a murder victim would have put her ahead in the queue. They would provide a support network for what was to come, and Sharon knew the system well enough to turn it to her advantage. "Good," she said. "Sounds like you'll be in the right place to get the support you need. Plus there ain't no crazy coppers trying to keep me in their flat." But her voice contained a smile, and Ruby knew she harboured no ill feelings towards her actions that day. "God," Ruby said, feeling like their experience was a world away. "The less said about that, the better. Listen, Sharon, I don't mean to go raking things up, but I'm desperately trying to find Mandy. Is there anything you can remember about her that you haven't mentioned already? Any clue about where she might be?" Silence fell, and just when Ruby thought she was not going to respond, Sharon drew an intake of breath. "She was strong, stubborn. If she said she was going to do something, she'd do it. Out of all of us, she was the one most likely to get off the gear and start again." "No mention of family, friends?" "She ain't got none. Her foster parents emigrated, poor car." Ruby nodded. The information was nothing new. They had already been traced and spoken to. They shared the same apathy that Sharon had hinted at, with no knowledge of Mandy's whereabouts. She decided to try a different tack. "You must have chatted for her to tell you all that. Had she any aspirations? Tell you what she wanted to be?" "I wanted to be Victoria Beckham. Didn't mean it was ever going to happen." Ruby snorted a laugh. "True, but you'd be surprised where clues sometimes hide. Did she ever talk about any clients in particular? Anyone she might develop a relationship with?" she said, knowing such questions had been asked before. But Sharon was stuck on the previous question, an answer forming on her lips. "She did say she loved kids. She couldn't have none, thanks to the doctor." Ruby stiffened. This was news to her. "The doctor, as in Dr. Tanner?" "Yeah, a botched abortion left her infertile. She was in bits. I ain't told no one that before. I figured it was her business. If she were working anywhere, it would be with kids. She loved them too much to let them go." "In what capacity?" Ruby said. Sharon's silence relayed that she didn't understand the question. "Sorry, I mean, there's lots of jobs with kids. In schools, hospitals, Girl Scouts. I don't know where to start." "I dunno. She liked toddlers. She hated hospitals, though. Couldn't stand the smell. That's all I can tell you. Sorry." "It's something. If you think of anything else, will you send me a text? I'll ring you straight back. Save your credit." "Sure. And Ruby?" "Yes. I hope you find her." Ruby was already online, printing up lists of local preschools and anywhere toddlers visited during the day. She paused, her words thick with emotion. "I'll find her. I just hope it's in time." Chapter 63. "I've got an address for you." Resting her hand on her suitcase, it took Ruby a moment to discern the voice on the other end of the line. "Nathan?" she said, having answered the phone without getting a proper look at the screen. Impatient to see the back of her flat, she had packed quickly. "It's Lenny. Do you want Mandy's address or will I go round there myself?" "Call it out," she said, shoving her hand down the side of the sofa for a pen. It didn't matter where she kept them, they always seemed to end up there. The pen rose between her fingers, along with the ball of dust. Clicking it on, she wrote on the back of her hand, as Lenny recited a street name and number. "Are you sure this is Mandy's address?" she said, clenching her fist for the ink to flow smoothly. It was in Dalston, not far from her new flat. All this time they had been looking for her, and Mandy was only half an hour away. How on earth could she afford to live there? "I'll give you tonight to sort this out," Lenny said, ignoring her question. "After that, we do it my way." "I need more time," Ruby said, knowing how slowly the cogs of police investigation turned. "Just get your evidence and get him nicked. This is the last night my brother's a wanted man." The phone went dead in her hand. Ruby hadn't told him that Nathan was already in the clear. Finding Dr. Tanner was her priority now. She stared unblinkingly into space, working out a plan. She had two choices. She could go through the proper channels and wait for procedures to be put in place, or she could go it alone. Police attendants could frighten off the doctor from attending Mandy's address, leaving him free to kill again. As soon as she called it in, a police unit would visit and put safeguarding in place. If they took it seriously enough, they might set up a sting. But such operations took time to approve. Lenny had given Ruby one night before he took the law into his own hands. And the alternative? She could go round there, speak to Mandy, and lie in wait. Given what had happened to Ash, it was risky, but this time she would be prepared. Within 5 minutes, she had washed her face and removed the mascara shadows from underneath her eyes. She dragged a brush through her hair, quickly winding her long dark locks into a bun. She had to look professional if she had any hope of winning Mandy over. She shrugged on her suit jacket. It felt empty without the reassurance of her police harness beneath it, but it did not mean she was vulnerable. She reached for the tin box she had excavated from beneath the floorboards of her home. Popping off the lid, she wrapped her fingers around the handgun Nathan had gifted her some years before. Nestling it in the waistband of her trousers, she covered it with her jacket before walking out the door. Chapter 64. "Mandy, can I speak to you?" Ruby jogged up the steps to the flat as she followed the girl to her front door. Mandy turned around, a glint of distrust in her dark brown eyes, as she took in Ruby's warrant card. "The name's Amanda," she said, her keys jangling as she pulled them from her handbag. "You'd better come in." Her dark wavy hair was thicker than Ruby's, trailing halfway down her back. Dressed modestly in a tracksuit and padded jacket, she looked nothing like the young woman Ruby expected to meet, but the presence of the small love heart tattoo on her forefinger told her she had the right person. Ruby peered down the lamplit streets, a gust of icy wind playing with loose strands of her hair. Was Tanner out there, watching them? As Mandy opened the door wide, she wasted no time in getting them both inside. "It's about the murders, isn't it?" Mandy said, pushing a living room door open. "Have a seat. I'll be with you in a second." Her shopping bags rustling, she set them down in the kitchen. Her calmness seemed odd given the situation, but for once Ruby did as she was told. A police officer or not, the only power that allowed her to be there was the goodwill of her host. The sitting room carried a Laura Ashley theme, neatly decorated with floral wallpaper, soft furnishings, and a beautiful ivory antique fireplace that took centre stage. For the second time, she wondered how Mandy could afford to live in such a nice area. Her pistol dug into the waistband of her trousers as she reclined on the sofa. It made her heart skip a beat, reminding her of the urgency of the situation. She could not afford to make any more mistakes. "Lovely place you've got here," she said, keeping her tone light as Mandy joined her. "It was my mum's," Mandy replied. "She left it to me in her will." "Oh, I thought your parents had emigrated," Ruby said. Mandy raised an eyebrow. "My biological mum. I knew nothing about it until her solicitors tracked me down." She pushed back a floral cushion before taking a seat. Am I in some sort of trouble? Ruby shook her head. I take it you've heard about the murders in the news? Yes, but I've been trying not to watch TV, Mandy said. It's very depressing, and we all have our lives to lead. If I paid any attention to that, I'd never go out at all. But Ruby knew there was more to it than that. You knew some of those girls, didn't you? It's all right. I know you've worked hard to leave that part of your life behind. And that's where I want it to stay, Mandy said. I'm not being rude, but why are you here? I'm sorry to hear about those girls dying and all, but I know nothing about it. I'm not here to question you. I'm here to warn you. We've good reason to believe that you're next on his list. Ruby hesitated. Despite her reservations, she had to offer safeguarding, but limited funding meant the best she could do was to take her to stay elsewhere, while officers put a safety plan in place. An alarm and some practical advice would be provided, but there was no way a police officer could stand guard at her door. Even if she stayed elsewhere, she would have to return at some point. Mandy's face fell as Ruby brought her up to speed. I'm not moving out, she said. That bastard has taken everything from me. It stops here. I appreciate the sentiment, Ruby said. But I warned Sharon, and she's come to regret not listening. Is there anyone staying with you this weekend? My boyfriend's at a music festival. I was meant to go, but I've just got a job and it's too early to be asking for time off. Where are you working? Ruby asked, wondering how close she'd come to finding her. Little Duck's nursery, just up the road from here, Mandy said. So you see, I'm not moving out, and I'm not going to any safe house. A local children's nursery, of course. It was one of the places on Ruby's list to check. But Lenny had found her first, most likely by offering a reward. Ruby took a breath to speak, but as Mandy stood up, she cut her off. No, police, I mean it. I don't want my new friends knowing about my old life. Ruby rose with her. Surely if they're that fond of you, they'll accept you for who you are. Rolling her eyes, Mandy looked at her as if she was mad. It doesn't work like that. Every time they looked at me, I'd see judgment in their eyes, whether it was there or not. I can't take that risk. It's taken me a while to get here, but I like who I am now. Come on, Mandy. Surely it's not worth risking your life for. This man is dangerous. He's capable of anything. You don't know me, so where do you get off telling me what to do? I would never have fucking let you in if I'd known what you wanted. Bloody coppers, I hate the police. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Steady on, girl. I came around here to help, not to be verbally abused. Mandy muttered under her breath. You've been here 5 minutes and I can feel the old Mandy seeping back in. The new me would never act like this, she said. Her face reddened as her voice grew louder. Do you see what you're bringing me back to? I never want to go there again. Ruby couldn't believe her ears. I'm not here to wreck your life. I just want to catch this killer before he strikes again. But Mandy was not listening as she shooed her towards the door. I want you to leave now. Your work is not my concern. As long as he stays away from my door, then he can do what he wants. That's where you're wrong. It's your door he'll be knocking on next. Ruby stood her ground. She had to find a way of making her listen. Mandy frowned. He'll never find me here. I did. You're the police. And he's ingenious. Please, at least promise me you'll call the police if you see or hear anything suspicious. Mandy shook her head. I told you, no cops. Then what about me? Ruby said. There may be something else I can do. Chapter 65. Some children had imaginary friends growing up, but not the doctor. His friends came in all shapes and sizes and were very, very quiet. He did not have to wait until the weekend for a sleepover either. In a bed lined with satin, they stayed in the small chapel of rest attached to his home. As a child, he was too young to understand the concept of death. He would talk to their sleeping visitors, fascinated by the coldness of their skin, as Mummy layered their face with makeup and carefully blow-dried their hair. Not until he witnessed his father piece back a car crash casualty did he fully comprehend his parents' work. Dr. Tanner peered from the undergrowth outside Mandy's home. A warm pulse beat inside him at the thought of claiming her flesh. But it was much more than having the joy of toying with the human form. It was about revenge for every misfortune that had plagued his life, and the teasing promise of fame that would follow his name for years to come. He watched in the distance as a dark-haired woman trotted down the steps of the dull grey building that was Mandy Prentice's home. Her head dipped, she had briefly turned, saying something about seeing Mandy tomorrow, before walking to her car. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled where he had seen her before. She was the police detective who was present as paramedics took his sleeping beauty away. He looped his scarf around his face until it was almost touching the woolen hat. The gloves were awkward when it came to his work, but he would not give the police the satisfaction of leaving his fingerprints at the scene. He was stretching his luck coming here so soon. He could almost feel the police snapping at his heels. The death of one of their colleagues had been a glorious moment. Propelling him into the limelight, it had no doubt brought the police renewed conviction. He would not go unpunished, it was said. If only they knew he had received his punishment tenfold. With a soft breath, he dragged his feet through the undergrowth, approaching the back entrance of Mandy's home. The garden was long and thin, easily accessed by climbing the wall at the rear. He landed on the other side with a thud, jarring his knees on the frostbitten ground below. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the half-open window blind. Pop music was playing in the kitchen, and he watched as the back door was opened to allow a tabby cat inside. Switching off the kitchen light, Mandy retreated from the room, allowing the doctor to advance under the cover of darkness. He would have to make his entrance quickly, before she returned to lock the door. Dipping his hand into his coat pocket, he felt the comforting rustle of the plastic bag containing the chloroformed cloth. It wouldn't do to contaminate himself before he'd even begun. The element of surprise always won him a few precious seconds. He would be quick in his reprisal, dressing her in the red hood and placing her on the bed. It was a slip of material, but enough to send the message home. How he missed his surgeon's chair and the symphony of music that raised colours in the air. Slowly, he placed his hand on the kitchen door, scalpel in his right pocket, cloth in the left. Dew had gathered on the bridge of his scarf, and he lowered it from his face, licking his lips as his excitement grew. In the living room, a news channel blared, and the doctor held his breath as he snuck into the downstairs hall, his feet slowly pressing on each stair as he made his ascent. He stepped inside the open bedroom door on the right. It carried the scent of jasmine, and his eyes fell on the remnants of a candle now melted into a puddle on her dressing table. In the dim light, he squinted at the photographs, blue-tacked to the wall, snapshots of people he did not recognize. She did not acquaint herself with the street girls any longer, having moved on and made a valiant effort to start her life again. He opened her wardrobe, a huge thing, packed with coats and unattractive baggy clothes. Nothing like the skimpy outfits she had worn in the past. He pushed the clothes aside, the metal hangers jangling as he assessed the space. He could easily fit inside if he made room. Touching the cotton material of a blue flowery dress, he brought the cloth to his face, inhaling the scent of fabric conditioner. A ghost of the past loaded into his memory. The old Mandy smelt of sex and cheap perfume. His knees ached as he shuffled into position behind the wardrobe door. Today, he was feeling his age. A fleeting thought entered his mind. He was getting too old for all of this. Perhaps it was time to give it up while the going was good. After all, he had inflicted his revenge on Nathan Crosby, sending him scampering into the shadows like the rats he had left behind. But there was a lot more to it than that. Like him, the reasoning behind his behavior was multi-layered and complicated. The satisfaction he received working on the street girls far excelled enjoyment gained from his revenge. And now there was just one more left. All he could think about was reacquainting himself with Mandy, the one woman who turned him down. He had repaid her for her belligerence by botching the abortion, which left her infertile. But it had never been enough. The thought of her carrying on with a normal life had always played on his mind. A smile graced his lips. He had just the fairy tale in store for her. Not many people knew the true message behind Little Red Riding Hood. It was a message to young women about giving up their virginity to the big bad wolf. He bared his teeth in a sharp grin. Mandy may have refused him once. She would not refuse him again. Chapter 66. The doctor's eyes snapped open as the television silenced below. Downstairs, Mandy's chatter filled the air. He stiffened as he realized she was not alone. But she had to be. He had been standing in her room for a good 20 minutes, and she had not opened the door to anybody. Creeping to the window, he peered outside. Cars lined the street, empty shells devoid of life on this frost-stricken night. Nothing resembling the police presence he expected to see. He pressed his ear to the bedroom door, listening to the voice downstairs. Like a game of Jenga, any deviation from the plan could bring it tumbling down around him. His annoyance subsided as he realized that only one set of footsteps was climbing the stairs. It was only then that he understood that she was on the phone. Forsaking the cramped wardrobe, the doctor concealed his presence behind the bedroom door. "I'll be fine," she said, hovering outside on the landing. "You have a good time." Soft laughter filled the air. "What's there to feel guilty about? Those tickets cost a fortune. Don't go spoiling it now." She giggled. "Well, okay. If you want to make it up to me, I won't try to stop you. Oh, and Aidan, I might not be here when you get back. I've got to pop down to the police station tomorrow." She breathed a sigh. "No, nothing to worry about. I'll fill you in when you get back." The doctor's heart was galloping now, a thin layer of sweat coating his brow. Humming, she entered the bedroom, lightly pushing open the door. The room remained in darkness, lit only by the glow of the streetlights outside. The doctor's nose pressed against the other side of the door. Muscles tensed, he prepared to pounce. He would have to act quickly. The amount of chloroform he had soaked into the cloth would ensure her silence for some time to come. He could take her now, wash her in the bath and tie her to the bed, just as he had with Sharon. He would work through the night to make her realize her full potential. A smile touched his lips as he imagined what was to come. Mandy stood at her dressing table, failing to notice the doctor's form in the mirror behind her. He held his breath as he slid his hand over the chloroform cloth in his pocket. It was time to tear it from its bag and put her to sleep. A rush of excitement flooded his senses, but, creeping forward, he realized something was wrong. As the woman spun around, he realized it was not Mandy at all. Cold liquid slapped against his skin and, for one horrific moment, he relived the acid attack all over again. He blinked furiously, staggering back as the unwelcome substance stung his eyes. But as he caught sight of the bottle in her hand, he could see it was not acid, but nail varnish remover. Yes, it would sting, but there was no long-lasting damage to be had. Setting his jaw tight, he launched himself at her, only to receive a sharp punch to the face.
"Hands on your head, you're under arrest!"
the woman bellowed, her voice hard and commanding.
"You're not Mandy," the doctor said,
swallowing the blood leaking from his nose. Steadying himself, he reached for the scalpel in his pocket. "I'm the sergeant of the police officer that you killed. Drop the knife. Now!" The words had barely left her mouth before he lunged at her with the blade. Chapter 67. Clasping Dr. Tanner's arm, Ruby's fingers bit into his tendons as she tried to force him to release the scalpel. But he was stronger than he looked. Wearing thick-soled boots, he had an advantage over her as she slipped on the wet laminate floor. The clothes she had swapped with Mandy offered little protection, and the pumps on her feet were a half-size too big. Ruby knew what Tanner wanted to do, and he voiced the fears taking centre stage in her mind.
"If Mandy's not here," he said, through gritted teeth, as he grabbed her by the hair, "then you'll do instead."
Kicking her legs from beneath her, he flung her to the corner of the room. With a sickening thud, her head smacked against the corner of the wardrobe on the way down. Searing pain spiked her temple as stars flashed in her vision. Feeling the grasp of the doctor's hand on her hair, she winced as he took a handful and shook. But as he threw the scalpel to the floor, she knew he was in no hurry to impose a quick death, unlike the one he administered to Ash. He would do to her as he did to Sharon, use her body for his pleasure, before disposing of her in some undignified way. With one hand, he pulled the scarf over his nose before delving into his coat pocket and ripping the bag within. His breath heavy and rasping, he bent over her form.
"Back off!"
Ruby coughed, the smell of sweat and urine infiltrating her senses. Then she saw it, the steely glint of madness in the doctor's eyes, which made her blood turn cold. The wisest thing would have been for him to turn on his heel and run, but this was not a man who backed down. He smiled, his sharp yellow teeth glinting in the moonlight pouring in through the bedroom window. Ruby groaned as she clawed at the wardrobe, a trickle of blood making a path down the side of her face. Her head injury brought double vision, and as she pulled her body upwards, the wardrobe handle broke off in her hand. The doctor was upon her now, the cloth in his hand filling her vision as it clamped tightly over her mouth and nose.
"Shh, now, don't fight it,"
he said, swaying from side to side as she tried to fight him off.
"Go to sleep. Soon it will all be over."
Don't inhale, she thought, the sweet smell of chloroform watering her eyes and burning her throat. It would be all too easy to submit, to shut her eyelids and let go. Easy for others who had nothing to live for and no way out. Ruby jerked back her head as Tanner's fingernails pinched the sides of her face. She thought of Ash, whose life he had extinguished without an ounce of remorse. It stopped here, with her. Grappling in the darkness, The doctor backed her up against the wall. She needed to put some distance between them to draw her gun. The thought of introducing such a lethal weapon made her blood run cold. She was concussed and dizzy. What if he turned it upon her? Unable to hold her breath any longer, she drove her stiffened fingers into the doctor's eyes. His howls filled the air, buying her enough time to roll to the side as his grip on the cloth weakened. Anger coursed through her as she thought of the innocent lives taken, and for what? A headline in the newspaper, or some warped sense of revenge? As the doctor clambered onto his hands and knees, he picked up the scalpel he had discarded. "Turn around! Put your hands against the wall," Ruby commanded. "You're under arrest." Heaving for breath, she found her feet. "I'm not going anywhere," the doctor said, his knuckles tightening over the glinting blade. He nodded in the direction of the bed. "Why don't you lie down? I've got a bedtime story to tell you." She was cornered, and the only way out was through the door he was blocking. That's if she wanted a way out. What she wanted was to finish this for good. She pulled her pistol from the belt looped under the waist of her tracksuit bottoms. Gripping the handle, she clicked off the safety switch, her face determined as she held it in both hands. "I said, turn around. Put your hands against the wall." Wide-eyed, the doctor inhaled a sharp breath. "You wouldn't." Ruby's lips thinned into a smile. "Don't tempt me. Drop your weapon. Now! Turn around, hands against the wall." Blood seeped from her forehead into her left eye, coating her vision in a red hue. Squeezing her eye shut, Ruby raised her gun as the doctor advanced upon her. "Drop your weapon or I'll shoot," she said, swiping the blood from her forehead. But picking up the cloth from the ground, the doctor took one step, then two. "You're not going to hurt." "Thank God you're here," Ruby said, her relief evident as she stared at the door. But as the doctor swiveled to see who had come in, she drew back her right hand. The doorway was empty, but the bluff afforded her enough time to distract her attacker. Metal hit jawbone as a sudden cracking noise filled the air. In quick succession, Ruby hit him a second time with the barrel of the gun. As he spiraled backwards onto the floor, she drew back her foot and kicked him hard between the legs. "That's for Ash," she said, drawing back her foot a second time. "And that's for the others." Wheezing and groaning, the doctor curled up into a ball. Pushing the gun back into the band of her tracksuit, she panted as she stood over him, feeling the satisfaction of a job well done. "You weren't worth the price of a bullet," she said, pulling the belt from a dressing gown which lay on the bed. Tying his hands behind his back, she glanced around the room. Her eyes focused on the trinkets and ornaments taking up shelf space on the dresser. "That'll do," she said, taking the thick glass ashtray and pressing it down on his bloodied face. She examined the surface, satisfied contact had been made, and dropped the ashtray to the floor. Plucking her phone from inside her bra, she dialed 999 and waited for backup to arrive. Chapter 68. "Funny about old Tanner, wasn't it?" D.I. Downs said, as he stood with Ruby at the back of the police station. "Everything about that old fucker is funny," Ruby said, sliding a cigarette from the pack. "Want one?" Downs shook the offer away. "Let's head out for a wee dander." Guiding her by the elbow, he turned her away from the eyes and ears of Shoreditch Police Station. "Sure," Ruby shrugged. Dawn seeped through the sky, the sounds of the birds drowned out by the traffic gaining momentum as early morning commuters travelled to work. "So, are you going to tell me what really happened?" Downes said. "It's all in my statement," Ruby replied, her words peppered with smoke. He snorted. "Do you think I came down the Lagan in a bubble? That statement's a work of fiction. Come on, tell me the truth." Ruby resisted a smile. "I told you. I was given an address by my sources. I didn't expect anything of it, so I was surprised when Mandy opened the door. I offered safeguarding, but she declined. I persuaded her to spend the night in a hotel. We agreed that she'd come to the station in the morning." "And you just happened to swap clothes before she left? She's around the same height as you, same colour hair. You could easily mistake who's who on a dark night." Ruby took another drag of her cigarette, buying some extra seconds as she figured out what to say. Mandy was open to the idea of trading places, and Ruby had been thrilled when Dr. Tanner took the bait. Coming in through the unlocked kitchen door was a risk he had been foolish enough to take, and she had listened from the living room as he crept upstairs. She even went as far as chatting in an imaginary phone call to cement his belief that it was Mandy, not her. But if it hadn't been for her gun, things could have turned out very differently. "Mandy and I share the same taste in clothes," Ruby lied. "I was at home when I got the address from an informant. I didn't bother changing out of my casual gear for a quick call to her door. After she left, I heard someone prowling around the back of her house. It turned out she'd left the door insecure." She threw Downes a sideways glance. Brows knitted, he was staring at the pavement as they walked along. "I crept up to her bedroom and found Dr. Tanner there. We struggled, he assaulted me, and I whacked him across the face with an ashtray. End of." "That's not what he's saying." "I'm surprised he can say anything with a broken jaw." Ruby grinned. "He's not. But I caught the word gun a couple of times, and his injuries appear more consistent with being pistol-whipped than being battered with an ashtray." "Oh, that," Ruby said, stubbing out her cigarette before flicking it into a bin. "It was dark in the room. I said I was armed. It was worth a shot, pardon the pun, but when he came for me, I grabbed the ashtray and hit him with it." "Send him into next week, more like. Remind me never to piss you off." Ruby laughed. "Then stop asking questions. It's all good. He's in custody, and Mandy's going to be okay." "How's the head?" Ruby touched the egg-shaped bruise which was rising on her temple. "Sore, but no lasting damage." "I was hoping it would knock some sense into you, but given that pile of tripe you've just fed me, I can see it hasn't." Shoving her hands in her pockets, Ruby turned back to the station. "I think this is the point where you praise me for a job well done." D.I. Downes fished a set of car keys from his pocket. "No, this is the point where you dispose of whatever heat you're packing, go home, and get changed into your own clothes. Take the job car. You might fancy taking a spin past the canal. I hear the water's very deep over there." "But," Ruby said. She had yet to tell him she was in the process of moving home. "No buts. You've done all you can today. Go home, get some sleep, and report to work as normal tomorrow." As Ruby nodded, she knew that rest would not come until she had tied up the last loose end. It was not enough that Dr. Tanner was in police custody, because he had not been working alone. It was time to speak to his accomplice. Chapter 69. A twinge of regret made itself known. Ruby had progressed the investigation without fully exploring who had implicated Nathan in the crimes. Her team had covered the basics, checking out alibis and speaking to all involved. But she should have done more. She had hoped that by capturing the doctor, a connection could be made. It was only now that answers were forthcoming, and Ruby did not like what she'd found. Tweedy's comment about not wanting her death on his conscience replayed in her mind. His explanation that he had visited her out of concern had only muted the alarm bells ringing. There was nothing to disprove his statement, which said he was at home that night. Cross-checked with the account given by Fingers, the police believed that Nathan was responsible for hiding the evidence beneath his bed. That was until the investigation took a turn, and Dr. Tanner was caught for the crimes. Given his ingenuity, it seemed acceptable that Tanner had gained entry into the Crosby home, as if he would return to the very people responsible for his injuries. It was all too convenient, and that morning, as Ruby visited the working men's club, she knew what she had to do. In the tiny back office, she was left alone to view the CCTV. Sitting amongst cardboard boxes full of junk and out-of-date newspapers, she prayed her suspicions were wrong. She could not bear for her old school friend to be lying to her. How would she break it to Nathan? The level of trust he carried in his heart would shrink even smaller. Ruby drew in a sharp intake of breath. There, in black and white, was a figure she recognized. Propping up the bar was Nathan's employee, Fingers, and the time and date matched when he was supposed to be covering for Tweedy Steve. She pressed the pause button, leaning in for a better look. "No," she whispered. It changed everything. If Fingers wasn't working, Tweedy had been lying about his whereabouts that night. Ruby felt like she had been punched in the gut. Tweedy could get time in prison for perverting the course of justice. Then there was Lenny Crosby to think about. What would he do to Tweedy if he found out? This wasn't just a murder investigation. This was a serial killing, a high-profile one at that. It came down to one thing. Could her old school friend have been working with the doctor to set Nathan up? Had he got in over his head and was unable to escape? This was something she would have to deal with herself. Ruby gathered up all her strength as she knocked on Tweedy's door. He did not appear surprised to see her as he allowed her inside. "I know why you're here," he said flatly, as her stern expression relayed that this was not a social call. "Best I come in then," she said, wiping her boots on the doormat in the hall. "You know about my alibi, don't you?" Tweedy said. "I knew I was taking a risk, coming to the Nick to warn you, but I couldn't let you walk into danger knowing that I had a part to play in it." Ruby shook her head, unable to comprehend what she was hearing. How could you? After all Nathan's done? Were you jealous of his success, was that it? Or were you being blackmailed? What sort of trouble have you got yourself into, Steve? She dropped the nickname. Such things were reserved for friends, and their friendship had been broken in two. Steve crossed his arms, tucking his hands under the armpits of his sweater. "It's not what you think. I knew that you'd get Nathan out of it eventually, and it did him some good getting away from his family. We never really talk much when he's at home. When he stayed here, he really opened up. Your bromance is very touching. How about you tell that to the victims' families?" Ruby inhaled a deep breath as she calmed her rising temper. "You directed Tanner to the girls so he could get his revenge. Then you told him you'd protect him in exchange for Ellie's organs, and I'm guessing you stole Nathan's watch. It makes me sick to the stomach. Yet here you are pretending to be his friend when all along you planted the evidence under his bed." "You've got it all wrong." Steve's face paled. "I never intended for any of this." "It seems pretty clear to me," Ruby said, her gaze imparting little sympathy. "I couldn't tell you the truth. Lenny would have killed me. Besides, the damage had been done. I just had to place my faith in you, that you'd find the killer and bring him in." "You sat back and allowed him to slaughter those poor young people, all the while knowing who it was? You know I just can't leave it at that, don't you?" Ruby unfurled her handcuffs from their pouch. I'm bringing you in for this. Wait. Steve raised his palms open, in a gesture of surrender. Please, sit down. It's time you knew the truth. Chapter 70. Fresh air has never felt so good, Nathan said, placing the shopping on the counter of Ruby's new flat. A smile broadened his lips. Thanks. You risked a lot to clear my name. Well, I'm honoured. It's not every day I get thanks from you. But the pleasure of Nathan being in the clear was marred by the news on her tongue. As he shoved the empty shopping bag into the overhead cupboard, Ruby took a step towards him and hugged him from behind. Thank you, she whispered, wrapping her arms around his waist. For the flat. Turning around, Nathan silenced her words with a kiss. He had told her before he did not want her gratitude. According to the legal documents, the flat had been left to her in her deceased aunt's will. But Ruby knew the truth and, much as it pained her to accept such an extravagant gift, she could not face another day in her rodent-infested tower block. As they parted for air, she leant into his taut chest, taking in the sound of his heartbeat from beneath his crisp white shirt. Dressed in his suit, he had come straight from work. He had spent little time at his own house since Ruby moved in, and their time together made her feel the happiest she had been in years. Unlike many couples, they did not speak about work. They lived in their own little bubble, just as they did in their youth. But now Ruby was about to put a pin to that perfection, and the words weighed heavy on her tongue. There's something I need to tell you, she said, staring deep into his blue-grey eyes. But I don't want you to lose your head. Enough people have been hurt. You have to learn from this and let it go. Let what go? Nathan said, his face clouding over. I know who tried to frame you for the murders. It took less than a second for the atmosphere to change, and the quiet anger Nathan had suppressed came bubbling to the surface in an instant. Who? He said, his voice low and rumbling. Feeling his muscles tense, Ruby took a step back, preparing to impart the identity of the person who almost sent him to prison. It wasn't the doctor who planted the evidence, it was someone much closer to you. It had to be to get inside your house unchallenged. She sighed, waiting for their happy world to come tumbling down. But what worries me now is where to go next with this information. The doctor's the one who committed the murders, so I'm tempted to let sleeping dogs lie. On the other hand, I'm conscious of the fact that they tried to frame you, and I really don't want that to happen again. Who is it? Nathan said, each word sounding pained. Ruby checked her watch as the air chilled between them. They're due here any minute, but you've got to promise me one thing. You can't lose your rag. You're kidding me, aren't you? Nathan said, his face incredulous. You told me when I moved in that this is my flat. If you raise one finger, I'm walking. I still have the lease on my old place for another month. Fuck's sake. Nathan ran his hands through his hair. If you think I'm letting him get away with this. But Ruby stood firm. I mean it, Nathan. Raise one finger and I'm gone. This is going to be dealt with by talking. If you lose your temper, you'll be waging war. You listening to me? The sound of the doorbell had never sounded so menacing as it delivered a light chime. Nathan's biceps tensed as he folded his arms across his chest. I'm listening, he grumbled, but I don't know what the hell you're on about. You will soon enough. There was a light tremble in her hand as she activated the buzzer and allowed them access to the flat. She prayed she would not have to act as referee between them. And if it came to blows, her relationship with Nathan would be over before it even got going. "Come in," Ruby said, allowing their guest inside. Ruby did not need to introduce herself to Leona. The young woman knew exactly who she was. She stood tight-lipped, wearing a red dress that clung to every inch of her figure beneath her expensive fur coat. Nathan's eyes narrowed. "Leona," he said, "what are you doing here?" "You texted me," she said, her face pinched as she looked Ruby up and down. Sliding the phone from her pocket, she recited the words. "I've had time to think. Miss you. Meet me at this address so we can talk. I presumed this was one of your hideouts." She cast her eyes around the room. "Now I'm not so sure." "I sent the text," Ruby said, her face firm. "I knew you wouldn't come any other way." Leona looked from Nathan to Ruby. "I don't know what sort of messed up game you're playing, but I'm not having any part of it. If I'm not invited by Nathan, then I'm going home." "You're not going anywhere until I have an explanation," Nathan said, his tone commanding. He turned to Ruby. "What's she doing here, babe?" The term of endearment made Leona visibly flinch. There was love there, Ruby could see that, but it was all one-sided, and the sort of love that could turn to hate at a flick of a switch. "Leona set you up." Ruby took little pleasure from the words. "She's lying," Leona said, reaching for her phone. But Ruby was ready and slid it from her grasp. The last thing she wanted was Leona calling her father and him sending his heavies around. This is what she meant by Nathan waging war. Leona's dad, Ray Delaney, was well known in the criminal underworld and had been good friends with Nathan's father, Jimmy, when he was alive. But he was a violent man who thought the world of his daughter, and if Nathan harmed a hair on her head, he would unleash his fury. Such a war would have far-reaching consequences, and enough blood had already been shed. Leona may look sugary sweet on the outside, but she got her spirit from her father, having chosen the worst possible way to wreak revenge on the man who had so callously dumped her. Ruby examined Nathan's face for clues, a flicker of compassion, a glance of appreciation for the woman he had once shared a bed with. But there was nothing but hatred delivered by an icy stare. It sent a chill down her spine, and she hoped it was never a situation she would find herself in. She took a breath, wanting to get this sorted. The sooner Leona could leave, the better. "This is off the record because I don't want to get mixed up in your mess," Ruby said. "We've got our man and he's remanded at Her Majesty's pleasure, but I couldn't understand why he wanted revenge so long after the crime. And as for planting the evidence, it seemed oddly convenient it happened when the CCTV was out." The three of them stood facing each other. Ruby knew there was little point in asking Leona to sit down. The young woman was looking less self-assured now, her gaze on the floor. "So I began compiling a list of all the people who held a grudge, but it just didn't fit. Then I remembered where Nathan was on the night it happened, in your father's house, playing poker. He kept up his weekly routine despite the fact you had split up. You were there too, weren't you?" Leona nodded, a flush rising to her face. "Only you weren't there very long. While Nathan thought you had parted amicably, you slipped off, pretending you were in your room. In reality, you were delivering a present to Nathan's house, and it was Tweedy who let you inside." Nathan shook his head. "Fingers was working that shift, not Tweedy." Ruby sighed. Fingers didn't turn up for his shift until later. He was too busy boozing down the working men's club. Tweedy covered for him because he didn't want to get him into trouble. By the time the police arrived, Fingers had taken over. He lied saying he'd been there all evening. He wasn't to know that it would turn into a murder investigation. Then why didn't Tweedy just tell me what happened? Nathan said, frowning as he tried to comprehend her words. Because Miss Leona here made sure he had plenty to stay quiet about. Leona emitted a small gasp, her hand rising to her face as Ruby spilt her shameful secrets. She fucked him, Nathan said, the harshness of his words slicing through the air. Ruby nodded. It brought his silence because he didn't want you to know. He didn't find out about the package until later, and by then he'd guessed her involvement. But Leona here told him to keep his nose out unless he wanted to start a war between her family and yours. That's when he came to see me, to find out how the investigation was progressing. Ruby turned to face Leona,